make him tighter, is it harder to get behind running that G?
Probably.
That's my question.
Flatter track.
I don't need big, I mean, my guess is you don't need to tighten it, you just need.
Full step goes left foot, closing off.
So you're talking about adding a naked component to that right there.
Yeah, if we had
Now
two receivers over
now he
there,
could keep it and go out and run a little concept out there.
exactly right. You would have him running with a route,
Mm-hmm.
and if you guessed wrong,
He could.
you'd have a place to unload the ball.
I think that's big time idea.
But see, for him, for
Replace
your
the
guy,
rushing.
I would think for your guy right there, if he's not guessing wrong, he's going to
Oh,
keep
he's
that,
gonna keep
and
the
he's
ball.
out. I mean, and it's.
He is definitely. Well, the way we taught the play, we would hand it off with that wheel on that edge. He got pissed off.
But see, I'd hand that off as a quarterback. I'd hand that off every time because he's not playing. There's no shot of him tackling the back.
No, because
He stopped his feet.
He stopped his feet. And the reason yours is two back is because of the variety of things you want to do with it. But you're not basically a tight end football team in comparison to four wides and three wides, right?
Correct.
See, our second best football players are tight end.
That fullback kid there, 42,
Yeah.
one of our better football players on
I
the
got you.
team.
I got you. That makes sense.
And we didn't know that until about this game. Well, we didn't know he was one of our better football players probably to the end of the season. But we never even utilized him.
But we got two good tight ends now. I mean, we'll be able to utilize those guys. We actually do. We've got two of them.
This is what I want to do right here with naked. But the left tackle cannot go down for it. You're doing that with a wide receiver, right?
Yep.
Fourth wide.
Fourth wide coming over right now. But we could do the same thing with the fullback or with the tight end or any of those guys in that spot.
Steelers 394. I just start to see a little more G here.
See, that'd be our main call.
This would be 18 force for you, right?
This would be 18 force for us, or 18 arc, or 18 release,
Mhm.
whichever concept it's called out of formations. But with this personnel in the field, I don't know that we want to be in gun.
See, they were rotating the other way prior to me most of this game. Bringing safety strong.
So that'd be club technique with their helmet to the right tackle outside, you see what I'm saying? The read's clearly gonna go out when you do that. Now the read would go from number 1 to number 2, number 2 played out, the ball's gonna go down the hill. We have not been able to get away with cutting a 2 technique. They read us and they push us, so we don't use that now very much.
The only thing I bet you see going back in this is just, when we didn't cut these 2s, that's where we had problems. Because we weren't getting that run down, maybe it's just the coaching part of it, but being able to run them down the line of scrimmage.
Look how much stretch there is on the play. That's the beauty of what we do, is everybody has now moved 5-6 yards,
Right.
which opens up lanes, and you think that's a big time cutback, and it's not a fucking cutback. It's no different than what I was showing you guys, you know? If you have an imaginary tight end, he's 1 yard outside the tight end, and that's right where he made his cut. Well, why is that any different a path than what we just got through doing? It isn't. It isn't any different.
Always here with that center's hang on with that right hand more, right? He's gonna hang on and keep folding back like this.
See, I would have treated the front side guy as a down, and I would have brought it on. So I would have put the right tackle on 42, bring the right guard to the nose, and the center would work combination on the 42 in case they ran a stunt. Because you know how they go down and pick, linebackers with noses and pick
Yeah.
ends with, with linebackers, and I try to stop that with that concept. Good job, your right tackle. That's gonna cut off. If you can't read that, you can't read it. That is clear. He is not going to make a play on the back. I still don't know they'd get the quarterback here for me.
Now we're doing it with this opposite, this is different ball handling, try to see this course.
It's the same side.
So now they can't always say, well, you're always gonna run the stretch away from the back, we'll run 2 back
Gotcha.
right here.
Gotcha.
How is this a lateral drop to the quarterback,
Quarterback's gotta bring
lead
it
back
over to
on
him.
your landmark?
So the drop step stuff, so the right tackle's inside foot,
Yep.
tight end not running his.
How about the back's course there, coach?
I don't know that well right there. The Reed is the inside guy, right there.
Goes to the inside guy now, second read right now, right?
Mhm.
It's taking it where it needs to go, but is it premature or is it?
I don't know, at least he pressed before he read it and then got it down the hill. It'd be one of those 5 and shut ups for me, boy.
How many times have we seen this stretch? I don't even know numbers.
I'm not sure this is the best steps. But I don't know. Again, the width of the right guard, right tackle concept will clear up your reads.
Right.
The left guard really can't leave that nose hanging there, right? I mean,
No, you should really knock him out.
You should knock him out of there. He did a hell of a job cutting that linebacker, I'll tell you that. They call us for that, and then we get penalty letters. That leg whip by that left guard,
Yeah.
it'd be minus 15,000.
You would be?
The player would have to constantly talk about not leg whipping things. Always. But I used to teach it. I didn't know about that.
backside guard here, stiff arm, chop, right?
Stiff arm or chop?
Okay, well, what are the I mean, when you say you have both of them, use both of them, what are quick things you give a rookie that's coming in here, the difference between a lateral and stiff arm? Or you, like you said, you see it and you tell them which one to do. Is there parameters when you say, these are the type of looks or the type of 3 techniques you want a stiff arm compared to chop?
The grabbers I want to chop, the non-grabbers I want to stiff arm.
Okay.
And each week we'll pre-decide, today is stiff arm day, today is chop day, you know? And so I'll just hit that quickly in our meeting before we go out there so that they know we're gonna try everything. And then if somebody starts grabbing, then we say, hey, you know, because that's the way you want to get it, where they make the decision based on what happens. Well, I think I'll stay away from this. I don't think it has enough width for the play. It's almost like a draw, you know, where.
Oh, I see what you're saying. This does not give you the stretch you want.
Right, and the thing that would have to give me the cover up is that we do it in pass, he lines up both sides. So they gotta play, they'll know which way the run's going, they won't know which way the QB's going, but they'll know, they won't know run from pass, because the formations are gonna be identical to the concept. We just won't have 9 in there, or this guy will be on the edge. We wouldn't put him over here. So I'd love to run 18 right over there. I mean, I'll take all that I can fucking get. And you saw a lot of 3 wides in this, didn't you? I mean, 3-man lines.
Yeah.
Do you think the thinking over here was to take the quarterback away with this one? You think
Yes.
that's what the defense's thinking was?
That's what they're trying to do is, they're gonna try to be able to chase the back down from behind and have a quarterback player get 2 off the backside edge. Or if we bring a guy over, have 3 off, like right there, to have 3 off the backside edge for the pitch player in case we bring somebody over the top of the pitch.
I'll tell you one of the things we've done with gun, but it's all been pass. And a little bit of run, but all pass. If we bring him out and then shift him late, you know, so that they can't set the blitz the way they want to. Because they like to bring 2 to the side of the back.
Yeah.
So if you're in turn protection, which I know, Steve, is another thing you want to talk a little bit about probably, is that concept of turn, and then by moving him like that, they can't change the blitz, they don't have time to, they don't have time to do that. So that could cover the back as well, right, in the running game.
Yeah.
You have a tight end set and a weak side set.
Fly the back, moving.
Yep. Slide him over there right after the quarterback gets up there. And then replace 42 with our tight end. We teach pocket protection with our tight end so that they can't tell it's 1 back turn compared to 2 back pocket set. We teach our tight end to roll the 42. You see what I mean? So they can't tell from the personnel which one of these systems is going to come at them, which has helped us a bunch. But these are pretty much playing with base personnel on the field and playing without a 3-4. So many of these, and there's a 4-man. So you call that a G over here?
Oh, no, it's gonna be going to the right, so it's just, yeah, G to the front side, 3 tech left side. Oh, no, we're running okay, we're running away from the tight end. Yeah, G.
And there's Cutter having a hard time with the backside shade.
He messed up.
There. said, I just stay up on those. I can't get away with this. I wish I could, but I cannot. They read me too good. Good job, you're right there cutting it out. Oh, that's great. Left guard you just had outside right there.
Yeah, shorted it.
Left guard's too wide.
What do you think here, Coach?
I think I'd pull this one.
How about the left?
How about left guard
center
center?
combination?
Left guard's just too
I have you
sides.
spotted this. See, you're doing 9 as a release player.
Mhm.
So you spotted 43 as the Mike player or the
Yep.
Mhm.
box side.
You don't like that?
No. I would butt the two technique to the backside backer, but see, what I've got to get straight in my mind is how I'm gonna call this so that I don't fuck around with Sifton off the one he's reading. See, I'm gonna get in the way, so I see why you push it all front side. I just don't know what terminology is gonna get me to push that with my tight end over here where 9 is. I don't know. So none of our systems do that. Shit.
Isn't it
Another
19?
word.
Isn't it like 19? It's 19 release without a fullback, right?
It is, but see, when you use that term, the tight end has the support, fullback has 43, I don't have 43.
Right.
So that term and that concept.
It's like a nickel call for you here, isn't it?
It's a nickel, except when I run nickel to the tight end, he's responsible for the first backer in the box. The center's got the backside, but now I'd be sifting the right tackle. And in sifting, I'm messing up the read, so I've gotta have another term that gains me a guy that way.
So you
It's
can
where
read it.
you are. When I run it to the tight end.
Right.
I can do it, I just gotta figure out what phase it fits into.
Seems like it's hard not to get a little penetration to the open side on these cocked ends.
You know, I live in that on 19 week, 18 week all the time, so my guys do that pretty good coming up.
Is this bad here?
I don't think so. You know, I think his helmet isn't quite the right spot, but let's look at it when we get closer to it. Yeah, it's not wide enough. See, he's not stretching with that, and that's why the defender's pushing back to him. And I'd widen the G a whole bunch.
Guard's gotta go.
This would clearly be an extended tight end because he's got support element.
Mhm.
I just gotta come up with my term, how am I deal with his backside? That's what I gotta do. I'm not sure my guy wouldn't pull every one of these fucking balls. He's not afraid of this. I mean, he's like,
That's where you got into if he can't tackle the back and the ball off for his rules so that he's not pulling it. Because if you can put it in his hands, he might say, you know what, they can never tackle me. I'll just
He'll
keep
get
it.
me down like this. Nobody's gonna say.
Same side of us forces downhill a little quicker than it.
Not a bad deal though.
It's not.
We're locked in his backside.
Yeah. That may be the way it's solid. Leave the declaration the same, lock the backside. Then you know the read guy won't get fucked with. I'm not sure I would leave the center on the same fucking guy that the right tackle has. Here he would, because he's got shades. They're working deep. 42 should extend his motion, right? By definition. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I guess
Yeah.
if you look at it, if Billy looks at it as a safety, he's that deep, he can just keep going with width.
Just can't.
Yeah, we were worried about the support player inserting inside and him not being able to get to
We
it.
told him to chip through.
But you never would release him under 74, would you?
Unless
We
it's-
have.
Unless it was a,
If he screwed himself in the box.
exactly. If not, he'd have time and distance so he would chip through.
See, we never worked the
Outside.
combination on,
Yeah, I know you didn't, because he wasn't a tight end.
but I think that's what you
We
want to
wouldn't,
do here is
we
work.
probably would not combination this either if we had our tight end extend his motions.
Yeah.
So the way we teach it, and I'll take you guys there soon. I know I'm sitting here getting all the info and you and shit. That's a linebacker, that's the way we would like that.
Left guard's all wrong, left guard should be on the back row or left tackle.
Yeah, that's a tough read for him, because he doesn't understand that placement. Because the center does have the back gap. I can see how you screw that up. Who is that Arkansas or Mississippi State?
South Carolina.
Oh, yeah, there's the Gamecock. That one's clear. And you're seeing a lot of two deep spoke. God, dog, he's nuts.
More time for him, but ends on him. What do you like your steps here?
You know, the right tackle's, is all fucked up like this.
He is all fucked up there.
But the guard's hat's pretty close. He's a little wider, and I think the center's going way too wide. He got away with it because the guy stepped over, but I think he's got to be a tighter mesh. But other than, the right tackle, I think the rest of it you can live with. I'm always talking about, you know, the motion guy, locking backhand, put your hat outside, see how he's going over. And I know he's a wideout for you, so that's not fair, but we would put our hat on the outside and lock our backhand, and he will skate to contain.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
By doing it this way, you see, he fights back into it, he throws you out, falls back in, makes a hit.
Mhm.
And we go through this with everybody, because that's just the way it happens.
This is G on the backside, very good, we're good.
Yeah. See the leverage, see the point I was making this morning?
Yeah.
It's the leverage of the step when they go to put their hat across, that they lose the leverage. See how he gets up under his pad? And I got the same problem. I know I've got to work awful hard on that. I've got to. You have a slight oversplit here too, the same rule I had.
Mhm.
The tackle and the read here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in,
Well, you know, as we were
He just
progressing
did.
here, it was kinda like, hey, when you're man call man, make him man, open it up,
yeah.
Yeah.
you know?
Go to 2.5.
I mean, he's got the helmet on the outside. I mean, you'd think right there, this could, right there could go outside, right?
See, he's got,
Or no?
he's not.
Or are you getting a no read on this and going to the next down lineman?
Yeah, this is a keeper for me.
I'm saying on the right tackle,
Okay.
the back's read.
Right tackle. I think at first his read is bounce, and then as the guy played out, he's jumping when I'm jumping, and it all gets fucked up. That's the problem.
So what would you tell the back, your jump cut inside?
You know, I would tell him this: your first read is outside. If you then feel you've misread it, make a hard left, get down in there, and make me 2, make me 3, make me 1. When you do this, you just compound the problem, because usually the real good teams will get you for -4 here. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But the right tackle has caused the problem. That's the one I blame.
Right.
His feet have gotten knocked back into the ball, right? And
Yeah,
so he ain't got
penetration.
feet.
Yeah.
You fucked it up, right tackle. Now back, here's how you have to solve it. If you aren't sure in the read, get it north, get it downhill. Let's go.
Here's force.
I don't think we got a club technique by the right tackle here.
He's gonna fall back and make a play right there. Let's talk about this play right now. Let's take this play and talk about it and fit it into your groove here real
Mhm.
quick, okay? And here's, I think, the way I'm doing this. And it doesn't matter really whether this is under center or not, right? I mean.
Nope.
it's the same.
Same play.
It's the same play. So I'm gonna draw him up this way. And I'm gonna call this I, right, 18, force. Here's the way I teach it. No matter what the front is, no matter what the front is, if the weak safety's down, we're gonna respot. If the strong safety's down, we're gonna respot. That's the way we teach you up front. So the rest of the court is not gonna matter. It just matters as to how we declare the players. So let's do it out of a 3-4 and under front, you know, whichever you want to say. He'll go to there if it's there. He'll stay there if it's there. Right? You see what I'm saying?
One more time, go, one more time.
Okay. If he's down, he'll be there.
Yep.
If he's down, he'll be there. So that's how we teach it. Now, this guy sometimes plays both ways. You gotta be careful with it, because you can't always read him. But let's say we start with this one, and we have a backer on the ball. So first thing I would teach is backer on ball, safety is the whole issue. Which side is he on? If he's strong, he belongs to the fullback strong. If he's weak, fullback has Mike. The fullback, really in theory, never wants to get extended over here. Obviously, shotgun. You don't want to get far because you're going to enter off this reed. And your reed's going to take you in or out off of that guy that we're going to club. And we don't know when we get up there until the center declares that one. When we see it like this, we try to do that. If this is over, then we do it this way, we club. If we do that, there is no club because we're going to knock it out. Okay, and the fullback's going to enter on that one, or if it was this one, we're going to respot to there. Thank you, Rocky. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks very much.
Again, I'll take it too tight. So that's the way that one's done with buck on ball, backer on ball, whoever that, whatever your name is for that guy. Sam on ball. What do you call that outside backer to? Sam. Okay. Sam on ball. Force is force.
One question, Coach, just before you move on. When they bow it, minus the backers, strong safety down, okay? At what point does that right guard with a shade nose, at what point does he come off of that knockout technique on the 5 technique because the backer's so far back door?
I try to push it if I can. The only time I come off of it fast. The only time I come off fast, if he hits me in the chops. If he comes off, I gotta come off. So I never go back to him. I will try to stretch the play because he has got to come to me at some point. And when he comes, I gotta leave. Now it's out of this front that we always double alert this guy because it's out of this that world comes with that one down. So you got to be ready. So that center may end up on that side too because he's got this one, but he may hit that guy on the way. That kind of clear up that issue. Now, if the backer is off the ball, Sam's off the ball. Here's the way Denver does it, and I think if I had to put in one way, this is that. And I'll take you through these. So now it's all of these other defenses. Where could be that, right? We've seen both of these today. Could be that, could be that. We've seen all of that today. Now the Sam backer is off the ball. Denver automatically arcs the play. Play was called force. But because they don't want to teach it 2 or 3 different ways, anytime the 7 is inside, he arcs to the force player. It's great for strong safety blitz teams and things of that sort because now the fullback doesn't have him and the tight end can eat him up right now. So I mean, with no penetration. So it's easy. And the fullback wants to stay as close to eye as he can now because he's going to go to that guy through that lane. Does that make sense? So what we like to do now is work the combination back here and read this one. So we don't really care because we're going to run off him. We're going to read off him as best we can. Sometimes some players make us triple that. We don't like to because it's tough for the fullback to read on the thing. So he's got 1, he's got 2, and he's got 3. So what was called the same way is blocked based on backer on, backer on.
And a 17.
Okay. If you have a 9, you can't release it because he can't get to the next level. So he mans the play. Okay? And these 2 pinch the play, and the fullback enters whatever he sees. And you run down the pipe of that hole. If you could get the strong safety outside or inside, weak side, strong side, it wouldn't matter. Now the fullback's a clean up player off the 3. And you go on either side there as a fullback. But what you're able to do when you do it the Denver style, because they don't want to teach it all the different ways, we have a set of rules for force, a set of rules for arc, a set of rules for release. And release and arc have to do with motion or no motion. So they call it force and they adjust it to the defense. I think that's the way I would go about it. And I think I can flip you in right in this spot because this is kind of where we are in the sequence. And it's out of this that you're talking, 4 minute, short yardage, things like that.
All-purpose play.
Right. Now, one of the things we found is the best of those for us is also to do it this way. Because now, the extension of this is just like the wide zone reads. We get him out here, and he's got number one, could be from the secondary, it could be the linebacker on the line of scrimmage. And now he's got number two, and we have a buck on or buck off rope, right? This 3-4 defense would say he's his. If he were off, he's back here, then he's got either a secondary support or that guy when he gets over there, and you don't know what he's gonna do. So that gives us a tool that fits, all of those. And we just tell ours it's delayed, and that's why we call it release. But the release word you may or may not want, but this is the way I think I would start to play. Teach you that. And I think I'll throw that cut up in and start right there, because I think we got enough of this other to get started on. And then we'll come back to that. That make sense? We okay?
Yeah, that's how I remember you when you were at Denver, coach, teaching it.
Exactly right. They got changed a little after I left, and then it'd be just a little bit overhead. Okay. Okay, let's take us through the segment. Now,
You're
all we're
off the
trying
ball.
to do is decide, is he on the ball or not on the ball? He is now on the ball. The buck is on the ball, right? So it is a forced element. So the right guard can go through. The fullback's going to enter off the fiver. He extends because he got the buck to extend, right? And 51 really belongs to fullback and them, right? The right guard and the fullback?
Yep.
Because they're running a blitz over here. Now, why were they blitzing over here in your mind? Those tight ends started there. Right. Because they're thinking we're trying to run force only to a stagnant side. Well, we don't let that happen because we don't see this as a field boundary issue. Now, you wouldn't matter here either because if they were into the boundary, they'd be running out to the field, wouldn't they? For you?
Yeah, I think more so orientated for us, more field boundary than per se formation call.
Okay, I'm just saying, because of the way we did this motion, it's the same for both of us. We're saying the same principles. 51 really doesn't belong to us, but we never let him run through. Now the fullback becomes a cleanup player. The back tackle knows with two people outside of him, he's going to get a pinch, so he's going to go to cut right now.
Should that be fullback looking all the way back at 54?
He would have had the three played out, but the three really started in there. So, his mindset doesn't tell him to do that. Would you agree that's a strange looking zone dog?
Yeah, it's just.
Because they're trying to get a three guy to be the container from where?
Inside.
Yeah.
You can't get that. I mean, he eventually gets there, and the fullback ends up hitting him, which is fucking being a football player.
Yeah.
Now he's got the secondary reporter, so he's one. So the fullback's gonna read number two. If this is a spike team, no, it's not a spike team, so the fullback's gonna read the guy over the right guard. Right guard got stuffed, man. He got his ass stuffed right back into the seat of the thing. Tough to read that fullback, isn't it?
That's tough.
That's the right guard's fault, man. He's my best player. So, that's life. Here's the club out technique from an up. We use it on weak, we use it on release, we use it on arc, we use it on everything from up and down.
So
He
this is
didn't leave
the,
his ass in too long.
this is the liability of, for letting the center work backside and putting the guard on his own right now.
Exactly right. A mismatch that you can have at. Now luckily the fullback made a great fucking decision. He said right there, I'm in trouble over there, penetration, I'm gonna get up under it, the back followed him. He pushed on into the lane, and we played hard, and back went down the hill, and we made 7, and guess what? We shut up, went on back to the fucking huddle. Now you got a backer, oh, no, now we did reverse. So they think we're going across here, right? Even with the boundary, they think we're going across, we're not, we're coming back over to here. The tight end would work combination, because there's no secondary player down. You guys would arc this, correct? Your tight end?
Chip the end.
See, we would double him up to the next thing to ensure no penetration. Now the right guard gets it done, so it's an easy read for the back. It's much easier for the fullback here, coach.
Much
Huh?
easier, much easier.
Oh, much easier.
Boom.
So you're just letting your fullback right here be extra.
Here's what we tell him.
Back her off.
Here's what we tell him. And we tell him this on 1918 week 2. And think about it. Because this is cutting edge now. This nobody's doing this in football. We just learned how to do it. We have one guy that does pretty good, and then every now and then he'll fuck it up. If we were running any play, to a tight end or not to a tight end, and that 3 went out, and our fullback was tied to that. Because really the guy he has, when that goes out, he plays out. The ball ain't going there. Ain't going. So now when we make it a tight end play, it's no different. So here we come over. I'm reading him, he's hanging, and I'm outside. He goes out, I'm searching. Now let's look at the theory of what happens. As you watch him, you can see that the defensive guy is blocking himself. And the fullback becomes the extra helmet. So what I'm saying, I don't know whether you can get this tall or not, but why does it help us to do it with a guy who is a tailback? Right here, if you were the tailback, where would you go on wide zone? Outside of that or inside of that? It don't matter, but you're reading it like a runner. He's actually blocking a guy that's already blocked. How about the guy that he's got? Does he know whether this tackle and tight end had him? Because there's no secondary player, and that's because of blitz alignment. You know, they're blitzing off the back edge with 2 guys.
Same backfield, actually, tailback is tighter here.
Let's see.
It's just,
It does look strange. It looks strange. Because he's running the bend route right there. It does look different. Clear for the tight end now? In your case, the other back, right?
Could be you.
Club technique. Go back on the club.
They're in trouble on the back door for you though.
We had QB on right here. If we were reading this, you shouldn't be. And there were 2 can sustain.
So, I mean, how are they gonna, how do they defend you?
Well,
If you're in the gun, read
but
that.
yes, you know, athletically, if you knew how talented those 2 guys are, they're both #1 draft choices. And they both are much better players than some of the guys over here except for 28 and 7. You know, they figure, hey, he'll get them both. But you can imagine why we came back in this game 2 times and ran for 35 yards down that sideline, right?
Yeah.
Now, you say we're guessing. Well, I don't really know whether that's a guess when they chase like this.
Yeah.
Somebody wasn't prepared. How about the club out over here? He doesn't really help me, does he? He got his helmet too far under it?
Yep.
Did you say that?
Yep.
yep. Back to the beginning, this coach Wyatt at the start of this. Center coming out knowing you're doing this, knowing you're motioning this guy across.
Word release is what told me. It's a delayed call.
Now say they run a, just, Sam's over here.
Okay?
Okay, what's your tight end?
Doesn't matter. Okay?
Where's that center going? Is he
I
automatically?
am Mike Decoration.
So he's here.
Yeah.
So even if he runs, now the Sam runs with your tight end man to man.
Okay? I got Mike
Doesn't
Decoration.
change it.
No.
but your mic, realistically, Sam, here, that, your mic vibration's still here. Even in this look right now, we're.
Exactly right. Would not matter to us. Wouldn't matter to us once we make a mic declaration, that's the middle of those three. That's the guy we have. Now, because it's released, this is treated as buck off. So number two now belongs to the fullback. Now the center's going to the back safety.
Yeah.
The guy there humping to is the weak safety on the cut line. Again, have they got the quarterback dealt with here?
No. Foul safety, good.
They're saying the safety's got him, you know that.
Yeah, that's what, he's the one that's.
Now, you see how hard this is for the fullback, but he's clearly gotta go outside.
Mhm.
He decided not to, in his mind, the guy was playing out. I'm not sure he's wrong. What he isn't right on is he never fit on one, right? In trying to fit through there, you know, he hasn't helped his runner. So this is part of what you face if you let him respot inside. Great cut lane by the left tackle here.
Yeah,
Right there, that's it. Get up the field
I love that.
and get yourself high.
Probably what, fourth
Now,
step
what do you
or
think
so?
we tell this left guard after this play? Stiff arm or chop?
Chop.
Chop, because he's got me. See, he's gonna tackle me. Club technique,
Yep. Good. Now, Coach, you were here coaching this outfit right here?
Number one belongs to the tight end, that's gonna be 37. That makes 57 belongs to the fullback. The center couldn't stay on him because the plugger came. Remember you thing you were talking about getting from Florida State? Great job, tight end on the backside, sifting from 94 to 26, because once he could discover which one of those two. Now the fullback has read it. The guy with the right guard's playing out. You gonna go block 57 out there?
Oh, 57's blocking himself.
He blocked himself. Go fit up on something.
Little baby seven probably, huh?
Well, play football. Now, too many times they end up on nobody, and I don't like that shit. We tell you, you're gonna spot. Now, if you're gonna be a searcher, and search the system, search
Now,
the
would
way
you-
the system is.
Would you consider him, say you go back in that, and he blocks 87, helps that backside guard with
Could
that?
you do that?
Don't
Is
matter to me.
that a good job for
It
him?
don't matter to me. As long
Just
as
fit
you-
on somebody with his
Exactly
double with
right.
a,
Fit it, make that thing stay in that 3, 4, 5, 6 category.
Yep.
And away we go. This was a clear read for him because the guy with the right guard goes in, right?
Nice
He should
club, huh?
clearly go out and take on the next level.
Wow, I like that right tackle there. Boom. Does he finish it?
I think where his arm is, he's going to. But maybe not. Back had to go a little bit wider than. He's fighting to lock that arm, isn't he?
What
That's
is-
tough for him right there.
you guys didn't play Denver, right? You won't play Denver, or
We played them last year.
what do they do to you knowing this is your deal? And they do it, you guys are the two probably majors in it. What do they do to?
You know,
kind of
they
screw up?
didn't, when they played us, I think they didn't feel, we had played really poorly the week before and had lost the game in Kansas City badly. And we went to them and we were like, 5-2. Playing pretty good, but we played poorly the week before, and they came out and tried to play with pretty vanilla 8-man fronts, and we just mauled. And they weren't prepared, they just weren't prepared.
What will you guys do to, like, when people come to you and say, what's the best way to defend this? What's, you know?
Well, what we're
hurts you?
finding is they G the front side guard, and they 3 technique the backside guard, and that keeps the cutback lanes a little more restricted. Okay? That is pretty vanilla, and then change up the fronts, and we see more bare front than anybody in football does. We see piles and piles of that. And as our passing game gets better, we're gonna see less and less of that. And that's why we like to show pass out of gun and run this wide zone, because they go together, they fit together. So that, we're trying to stay ahead of this as best we can. And it's hard for teams that don't see this to suddenly get it. It's like old wishbone football, you know, suddenly it's on top of you, and and you keep thinking you got an answer, and it ain't like that. It gets on you too fast.
You know, we get, you know, Coach, our defense against us when we run this play, like, their answer to defend us is to take it, play GD, you know, under G, and then take that will back or put him in a freaking A gap and run everybody like a bunch of banshees. But they'll have no answer for us when we motion over or run force. They'll have no answer if we pull the ball on that end now. You know what I mean, Dan? When our defense defends us, they want to play over G, under G defense, which is essentially, you know, putting everybody over there, then putting a 3 with a will inside, running the will, and they got too much defense for us. But they'll have no answer for a pull.
Well, that's what I do. Exactly right. I mean, that.
None.
The ones I'm interested in seeing. If you make him tighter, is it harder to get behind running that G?
Probably.
That's my question.
Flatter track.
I don't need, I mean, my guess is you don't need to tighten it, you just need.
Full step goes left foot, closing off.
So you're talking about adding a naked component to that right there.
Yeah, if we had
Now
two
he,
receivers over
now he
there,
could keep it and go out and run a little concept out there.
exactly right. You would have him running with a route,
Mm-hmm.
and if you guessed wrong,
He could,
you'd have a place to unload the ball.
I think that's a big time idea.
but see, for him, for
Replace
your guy,
the
I would think for your guy right there, he's not guessing wrong, he's gonna
Oh,
keep
he's
that,
gonna keep
and
the
he's
ball.
out. I mean, and it's,
Yeah, he is definitely. Well, the way we taught the play, we would hand it off with that wheel on that edge. He got pissed off.
but see, I'd hand that off, as a quarterback, I'd hand that off every time, cause he's not playing, there's no shot of him tackling the back.
No, because
He stopped his feet.
He stopped his feet. Yeah. And the reason yours is two back is because of the variety of things you want to do with it. But you're not basically a tight end football team in comparison to 4 wides and 3 wides, right?
Correct.
See, our second best football players are tight end.
That fullback kid there, 42,
Yeah.
one of our better football players on
I
the
got you.
team.
I got you. That makes sense.
And we didn't know that until about this game. Well, we didn't know he was one of our better football players probably to the end of the season. But we never even utilized him.
But we got 2 good tight ends now. I mean, we'll be able to utilize those guys. We actually do. We've got 2 of them.
This is what I want to do right here with naked. But the left tackle cannot go down for it. And you're doing that with a wide receiver, right?
Yep.
Fourth wide.
Fourth wide coming over right now. But we could do the same thing with the fullback or with the tight end or any of those guys in that spot.
This really is 394. I just start seeing a little more G here.
this would be 18 force for you, right?
This would be 18 force for us, or 18 arc, or 18 release,
Mhm.
whichever concept it's called out of the formations. But with this personnel in the field, I don't know that we want to be in the gun.
See, they were rotating the other way prior to being most of this game. Bringing safety strong.
So that'd be club technique with the helmet of the right tackle outside, see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The read's clearly gonna go out when you do that. Now the read would go from number one to number two played out, the ball's gonna go down the hill. We have not been able to get away with cutting a two technique. They read us and they push us, so we don't use that now very much.
The only thing I bet you see going back in this is just, when we didn't cut these twos, that's where we had problems. Because we weren't getting that run down, maybe it's just the coaching part of it, but being able to run them down the line of scrimmage.
Look how much stretch there is in the play. That's the beauty of what we do, is everybody has now moved 5-6 yards,
Right.
which opens up lanes, and you think that's a big time cutback, and it's not a fucking cutback. It's no different than what I was showing you guys, you know? If you have an imaginary tight end, he's 1 yard outside the tight end, and that's right where he made his cut. Well, why is that any different a path than what we just got through doing? It isn't. It isn't any different.
Only here with that center's hang on with that right hand more, right? He's gonna hang on and keep folding back like this.
See, I would have treated the front side guy as a down, and I would have brought it on. So I would have put the right tackle on 42, bring the right guard to the nose, and the center would have worked combination on the 42 in case they ran a stunt. Because you know how they go down and pick, linebackers with noses and pick
Yeah.
Yeah.
ends with, with linebackers, and I try to stop that with that concept. Good job, your right tackle. That's gonna cut off. You can't read that. You can't read. That is clear. He is not going to make a play on the back. I still don't know they'd get the quarterback here for me.
Now we're doing it with this opposite, this is different ball handling, try this, see this coach.
It's the same
Same
side.
So
side.
now they can't always say, well, you're always gonna run the stretch away from the back, we'll run two back right here.
Gotcha.
That was just a lateral drop to the quarterback,
Quarterback's gotta bring
lean
it
back
over to
on
him.
your landmark.
So the drop step stuff, so the right tackle's inside foot,
Yep.
tight end not running his.
How about the back's course there, coach?
I don't know. I don't know that well right there. The Reed is the inside guy, right there.
Goes to the inside guy now, second read right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's taking it where it needs to go, but is it premature or is it?
I don't know, at least he pressed before he read it and then got it down the hill. It'd be one of those 5 and shut ups for me, boy.
How many times have we seen this stretch? Right? Every numbers.
I'm not sure this is the best steps. But I don't know. Again, the width of the right guard, right tackle concept will clear up your reads.
Right.
Left guard really can't leave that nose hanging there, right? I mean,
No, you should really knock him out.
You should knock him 20,000
You would be?
out of the player. Have to constantly talk about not leaving. Always. But I used to teach it. I didn't know about that.
Backside guard here, stiff arm, chop, right?
Stiff arm or chop?
Okay, well, what are the I mean, when you say you have both of them, use both of them, what are quick things you give a rookie that's coming in here, the difference between a lateral and stiff arm? Or you, like you said, you see it and you tell them which one to do. Is there parameters when you say, these are the type of looks or the type of three techniques you want a stiff arm compared to chop?
The grabbers I want to chop. The non-grabbers I want to stiff arm.
Okay.
And each week we'll pre-decide. Today is stiff arm day. Today is chop day. You know? And so I just hit that quickly in our meeting before we go out there so that they know we're going to try everything. And then if somebody starts grabbing, then we say, hey, you know, because that's the way you want to get it, where they make the decision based on what happens. Well, I think I'll stay away from this. I don't think it has enough width for the play. It's almost like a draw, you know, where.
Oh, I see what you're saying. This does not give you the stretch you want.
Right, and the thing that would have to give me the cover up is that we do it in pass, he lines up both sides. So they gotta play, they'll know which way the run's going, they won't know which way the QB's going, but they'll know, they won't know run from pass, because the formations are gonna be identical to the concept. We just won't have 9 in there, or this guy will be on the edge. We wouldn't put him over here. So I'd love to run 18 right over there. I mean, I'll take all that I can get. And you saw a lot of 3 wides in this, didn't you? I mean, 3-man lines.
Yeah.
Do you think the thinking over here was to take the quarterback away with this one? You think
Yes.
that's what the defense's thinking was?
That's what they're trying to do is, they're gonna try to be able to chase the back down from behind and have a quarterback player get 2 off the backside edge. Or if we bring a guy over, have 3 off, like right there, to have 3 off the backside edge for the pitch player in case we bring somebody over the top and pitch.
I'll tell you one of the things we've done with gun, but it's all been pass. And a little bit of run, but all pass. If we bring him out and then shift him late, you know, so that they can't set the blitz the way they want to. Because they like to bring 2 to the side of the back.
Yeah.
So if you're in turn protection, which I know Steve is another thing you want to talk a little bit about probably, is that concept of turn, and then by moving him like that, they can't change the blitz, they don't have time to, they don't have time to do that. So that could cover the back as well, right, in the running game.
Yeah.
You have a tight end set and a weak side set.
Fly the back, moving.
Yep. Slide him over there right after the quarterback gets up there. And then replace 42 with our tight end. We teach pocket protection with our tight end so that they can't tell it's 1 back turn compared to 2 back pocket set. We teach our tight end to roll the 42. You see what I mean? So they can't tell from the personnel which one of these systems is going to come at them, which has helped us a bunch. playing with base personnel on the field and playing without a 3-4. So many of these, and there's a 4-man. So you call that a G over here?
Oh, no, it's gonna be going to the right, so it's just, yeah, G to the front side, 3 tech left side. Oh, no, we're running okay, we're running away from the tight end. Yeah, G.
And there's Cutter having a hard time with the backside shade.
He messed up.
There. As I said, I just stay up on those. I can't get away with this. I wish I could, but I cannot. They read me too good. Good job, you're right back cutting it out. No, that's great. Left guard, you just had outside right there.
Yeah, shorted it.
Left guard's too wide.
What do you think here, Coach?
I think I'd pull this one.
How about the left,
How about left guard
center
center?
combination?
Left guard's just too
You
sides.
have you spotted this. See, you're doing 9 as a release player.
Mhm.
So you spotted 43 as the Mike player or the
Yep.
Mhm.
box side.
You don't like that?
No. I would butt the 2 technique to the backside backer, but see, what I've got to get straight in my mind is how I'm gonna call this so that I don't fuck around with Sifton off of one of these readings. See, I'm gonna get in the way, so I see why you push it all front side. I just don't know what terminology is gonna get me to push that with my tight end over here where 9 is. I don't know. So none of our systems do that.
Isn't it
Another
19?
word.
Isn't it like 19? It's 19 release without a fullback, right?
It is, but see, when you use that term, the tight end has the support, fullback has 43, I don't have 43.
Right.
So that term and that concept.
It's like a nickel call for you here, isn't it?
It's a nickel, except when I run nickel to the tight end, he's responsible for the first backer in the box. The center's got the backside, but now I'd be sifting the right tackle. And in sifting, I'm messing up the read. So I've got to have another term that gains me a guy that way.
So you
It's
can
where
read it.
you are. When I run it to the tight end.
Right.
You can do it. I just got to figure out what phase it fits into.
Seems like it's hard not to get a little penetration to the open side on these cocked ends.
You know, I live in that on 19 week, 18 week all the time, so my guys do that pretty good from up.
Is this bad here?
I I don't think so. You know, I think his helmet isn't quite in the right spot, but let's look at it when we get closer to it. Yeah, it's not wide enough. See, he's gonna stretch it with that, and that's why the defender's pushing back to him. And I'd widen the G a whole bunch.
Guard's gotta go.
This would clearly be an extended tight end, because he's got support element. I just gotta come up with my term, how I'm gonna deal with his backside, that's what I gotta do. I'm not sure my guy wouldn't pull every one of these fucking balls. He's not afraid of this, I mean, he's like,
I swear you got into if he can't tackle the back and the ball off for his rules so that he's not pulling it. Because if you can put it in his hands, he might say, you know what, they can never tackle me, I'll just
Don't
keep
ever
it.
get me down like this. Nobody's gonna say.
Seems out those forces downfield a little quicker than.
Not a bad deal though.
We're locking his backside.
Yep. That may be the way it's solid. Leave the declaration the same, lock the backside. Then you know the read guy won't get fucked with. I'm not sure I would leave the center on the same fucking guy that the right tackle has. Here he wouldn't, because he's got shapes. They're working G, 42 should extend his motion, right? By definition. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I guess
Yeah.
if you look at it, if Billy looks at it as a safety, he's that deep, he can just keep going with width.
Just can't.
Yeah, we were worried about the support player inserting inside and him not being able to get to
We
it.
told him to chip through.
But you never would release him under 74, would you?
Unless
We
it's-
have.
Unless it was a,
If he screwed himself in the box.
exactly. If not, he'd have time and distance, so he would chip through.
See, we never worked the
Outside.
combination on,
Yeah, I know you didn't, because he wasn't a tight end.
but I think that's what you
We
want to
would,
do here is
we
work.
probably would not combination this either if we had our tight end extend his motion, see?
Yeah.
So the way we teach it, and I'll take you guys there soon. I know I'm sitting here getting all the info and you and shit. That's a linebacker, that's the way we would like that.
Left guard's all wrong, left guard should be on the back row or left tackle.
Yeah, that's tough read for him, because he doesn't understand that placement. Because the center does have the back gap. I can see how you screw that up. Who is that? Is that Arkansas or Mississippi State?
South Carolina.
South Carolina. Oh, yeah, there's the Gamecock. That one's clear. And you're seeing a lot of two deep slope. God, dog, he's nuts.
more time for him, but ends on him. What do you like your steps here?
You know, the right tackle's, you know, is all fucked up with his.
He is all fucked up, dirty.
But the guard's hat's pretty close, he's a little wider, and I think the center's going way too wide, he got away with it because the guy stepped over, but I think he's got to be a tighter mesh. But other than, you know, the right tackle, I think the rest of it choose a little bit. This is what I'm always talking about, you know, the motion guy, locking backhand, put your hat outside, see how he's going over, and I know he's a wide out for you, so that's not fair, but we would put our hat on the outside and lock our backhand, and he will skate to contain.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
By doing it this way, you see, he fights back into it, he throws you out, falls back in, makes a hit.
Mhm.
And we go through this with everybody, because that's just the way it happens.
This is Gio backside here, good for you.
Yeah. See the leverage, see the point I was making this morning?
Yeah.
It's the leverage of the step, when they go to put their hat across, that they lose the leverage. See how he gets up under his pad? And I got the same problem. I know I've got to work awful hard on that. I've got to. You have a slight oversplit here too, the same rule I had.
Mhm.
The tackle and the read here.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, you know, as we
He
were
just
progressing
did.
here, it was kind of like, hey, when you're man call man, make him man, open it up,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know?
Go to 2.5.
I mean, he's got the helmet on the outside. I mean, you'd think right there, this could, right there could go outside, right?
See, he's got,
Or no?
he's not.
Or are you getting a no read on this and going to the next down lineman?
Yeah, this is a keeper for me.
I'm saying on the right tackle,
Okay.
the back's read.
Right tackle. I think at first his read is bounced, and then as the guy played out, he's jumping when I'm jumping, and it all gets fucked up. That's the problem.
So what would you tell the back, your jump cut inside?
You know, I would tell him this: your first read is outside. If you then feel you've misread it, make a hard left and get down in there and make me 2, make me 3, make me 1. When you do this, you just compound the problem, because usually the real good teams will get you for -4 here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But the right tackle has caused the problem. That's the one I blame.
Right.
His feet have gotten knocked back into the ball, right? And
Yeah,
so he got
penetration.
Yeah.
You fucked it up, right tackle. Now back, here's how you have to solve it. If you aren't sure in the read, get it north, get it down here. Let's go.
Here's force.
I don't think we got a club technique by the right tackle here.
He's gonna fall back and make a play right there. Let's talk about this play right now. Let's take this play and talk about it and fit it into your groove here real
Mhm.
quick, okay? And here's, I think, the way I'm doing this. And it doesn't matter really whether this is under center or not, right? I mean.
Nope.
it's the same.
Same play.
It's the same play. So I'm gonna draw him up this way. And I'm gonna call this I, right, 18, force. Here's the way I teach it. No matter what the front is, no matter what the front is, if the weak safety's down, we're gonna respot. If the strong safety's down, we're gonna respot. That's the way we teach you up front. So the rest of the court is not gonna matter. It just matters as to how we declare the players. So let's do it out of a 3-4 and under front, you know, whichever whichever you want to say. He'll go to there if it's there. He'll stay there if it's there. Right? You see what I'm saying?
One more time, Coach, one more time.
Okay. If he's down, he'll be there.
Yep.
If he's down, he'll be there. So that's how we teach it. Now, this guy sometimes plays both ways. You got to be careful with it because you can't always read him. But let's say we start with this one, and we have a backer on the ball. So first thing I would teach is backer on ball, force, and the safety is the whole issue. Which side is he on? If he's strong, he belongs to the fullback strong. If he's weak, fullback has Mike. The fullback, really in theory, never wants to get extended over here. Obviously, shotgun. You don't want to get far because you're going to enter off this read. And your read is going to take you in or out off of that guy that we're going to club. And we don't know when we get up there until the center declares that one. When we see it like this, we try to do that. If this is over, then we do it this way, we club. If we do that, there is no club because we're going to knock it out. Okay, and the fullback's going to enter on that one, or if it was this one, we're going to respot to there. Thank you, Rocky. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you very much.
Again, I'm too tired. So that's the way that one's done with buck on ball, backer on ball, whoever that, whatever your name is for that guy. Sam on ball. What do you call that outside backer to? Sam. Okay. Sam on ball. Force is force.
One question, Coach, just before you move on. When they bow it, minus the backers, strong safety down, okay? At what point does that right guard with a shade nose, at what point does he come off of that knockout technique on the 5 technique because the backer's so far back door?
I try to push it if I can. The only time I come off of it fast. The only time I come off fast, if he hits me in the chops. If he comes off, I gotta come off. So I never go back to him. I will try to stretch the play because he has got to come to me at some point. And when he comes, I gotta leave. Now it's out of this front that we always double alert this guy because it's out of this that world comes with that one down. So you got to be ready. So that center may end up on that side too, because he's got this one, but he may hit that guy on the way. That kind of clear up that issue. Now, if the backer is off the ball, Sam's off the ball. Here's the way Denver does it, and I think if I had to put in one way, this is that. And I'll take you through these. So now it's all of these other defenses. Where could be that, right? We've seen both of these today. Could be that. We've seen all of that today. Now the Sam backer is off the ball. Denver automatically arcs the play. Play was called force. But because they don't want to teach it 2 or 3 different ways, anytime the 7 is inside, he arcs to the force player. It's great for strong safety blitz teams and things of that sort because now the fullback doesn't have him and the tight end can eat him up right now. You see what I mean? With no penetration. So it's easy. And the fullback wants to stay as close to eye as he can now because he's going to go to that guy through that lane. Does that make sense? So what we like to do now is work the combination back here and read this one. So we don't really care because we're going to run off him. We're going to read off him as best we can. Sometimes some players make us triple that. We don't like to because it's tough for the fullback to read on the thing. So he's got 1, he's got 2, and he's got 3. So what was called the same way is blocked based on backer on, backer on.
And a 17.
Okay. If you have a 9, you can't release him because he can't get to the next level. So he mans the play. Okay? And these 2 pinch the play, and the fullback enters whenever he sees. And you run down the pipe of that hole. If you could get the strong safety outside or inside, weak side, strong side, it wouldn't matter. Now the fullback's a clean-up player off the three. And you go on either side there as a fullback. But what you're able to do when you do it the Denver style, because they don't want to teach it all the different ways, we have a set of rules for force, a set of rules for arc, a set of rules for release. And release and arc have to do with motion or no motion. So they call it force and they adjust it to the defense. I think that's the way I would go about it. And I think I can flip you in right in this spot because this is kind of where we are in the sequence. And it's out of this that you're talking, 4 minute, short yardage, things of that sort.
All-purpose play.
Right. Now, one of the things we found is the best of those for us is also to do it this way. Because now, the extension of this is just like the wide zone reads. We get him out here, and he's got number one, could be from the secondary, it could be the linebacker on the line of scrimmage. And now he's got number two, and we have a buck on or buck off rope, right? This 3-4 defense would say he's his. If he were off, he's back here, then he's got either a secondary support or that guy when he gets over there, and you don't know what he's gonna do. So that gives us a tool that fits, all of those. And we just tell ours it's delayed, and that's why we call it release. But the release word you may or may not want, but this is the way I think I would start to play. Teach you that. And I think I'll throw that cut up in and start right there, because I think we got enough of this other to get started on. And then we'll come back to that. That make sense? We okay?
And that's how I remember you when you were at Denver, coach, teaching it.
Exactly right. They got changed a little after I left, and then give me just a little bit of overhead. Okay. Okay, let's take us through the segment. Now,
You're
all we're
off the
trying
ball.
to do is decide, is he on the ball or not on the ball? He is now on the ball. The buck is on the ball, right? So it is a forced element. So the right guard can go through. The fullback's going to enter off the fiver. He extends because he got the buck to extend, right? And 51 really belongs to fullback and them, right? The right guard and the fullback?
Yep.
Because they're running a blitz over here. Now, why would they blitz it over here in your mind? Because the tight end started there. Right. Because they're thinking we're trying to run force only to a stagnant side. Well, we don't let that happen because we don't see this as a field boundary issue. Now, you wouldn't matter here either, because if they were into the boundary, they'd be running out to the field, wouldn't they? For you?
Yeah, I think more so orientated for us, more field boundary than per se formation call.
Okay, I'm just saying, because of the way we did this motion, it's the same for both of us. We're saying the same principles. 51 really doesn't belong to us, but we never let him run through. Now the fullback becomes a cleanup player. The back tackle knows with two people outside of him, he's going to get a pinch, so he's going to go to cut right now.
Should that be fullback looking all the way back at 54?
He would have had the three played out, but the three really started in there. So, his mindset doesn't tell him to do that. Would you agree that's a strange looking zone dog?
Yeah, it's just.
Because they're trying to get a three guy to be the container from where?
Inside.
Yeah.
You can't hit that. I mean, he eventually gets there, and the fullback ends up hitting him, which is fucking being a football player.
Yeah.
Now he's got the secondary reporter, so he's one. So the fullback's going to read number two. If this is a spike team, no, it's not a spike team, so the fullback's going to read the guy over the right guard. Right guard got stuffed, man. He got his ass stuffed right back into the seat of the thing. Tough to read that fullback, isn't it?
I mean,
Coach?
that's tough, man.
That's the right guard's fault, man, he's my best player. So, you know. That's life. Here's the club out technique from an up. We use it on weak, we use it on release, we use it on arc, we use it on everything from up and down.
So
He
this is
didn't leave
the,
his ass in too long.
this is the liability of, for letting the center work backside and putting the guard on his own right now.
Exactly right. The mismatch that you can have that. Now luckily the fullback made a great fucking decision. He said right there, I'm in trouble over there. Penetration, I'm gonna get up under it, the back followed him. He pushed on into the lane and we played hard, and the back went down the hill and we made 7, and guess what? He shut up and went on back to the fucking huddle. Now you got a backer, oh, no, now we did reverse. So they think we're going across here, right? Even with the boundary, they think we're going across, we're not, we're coming back over to here. The tight end would work combination because there's no secondary player down. You guys would arc this, correct? Your tight end?
Chip the end.
See, we would double him up to the next thing to ensure no penetration. Now the right guard gets it done, so it's an easy read for the back. Much easier for the fullback here, coach?
Much
Huh?
easier, much easier.
Oh, much easier.
Boom.
So you're just letting your fullback right here be extra.
Here's what we tell him.
Back her off.
Here's what we tell him. And we tell him this on 1918 week 2. And think about it. Because this is cutting edge now. This nobody's doing this in football. We just learned how to do it. We have one guy that does pretty good, and then every now and then he'll fuck it up. If we were running any play, to a tight end or not to a tight end, and that 3 went out, and our fullback was tied to that. Because really the guy he has, when that goes out, he plays out. The ball ain't going there. Ain't going. So now when we make it a tight end play, it's no different. So here we come over, I'm reading him, he's hanging, and I'm outside. He goes out, I'm searching. Now let's look at the theory of what happens. As you watch him, you can see that the defensive guy, he's blocking himself. And the fullback becomes the extra helmet. So what I'm saying, I don't know whether you can get this tall or not, but why does it help us to do it with a guy who is a tailback? Right here, if you were the tailback, where would you go on wide zone? Outside of that or inside of that? It don't matter, but you're reading it like a runner. He's actually blocking a guy that's already blocked. How about the guy that he's got? Does he know whether this tackle and tight end had him? Because there's no secondary player, and that's because of blitz alignment. You know, they're blitzing off the back edge with 2 guys.
Same backfield, actually, tailback was tighter here.
Let's see.
It's just,
It does look strange. It looks strange. Because he's running the bend route right there. It does look different. Clear for the tight end now? In your case, the other back, right?
Could be you.
Club technique. Go back on my club.
They're in trouble on the back door for you though.
We had QB on right here. If we were reading this, you shouldn't be. And there were 2 consistent.
So, I mean, how are they gonna, how do they defend you?
Well,
If you're in the gun, read
but
that.
yes, you know, athletically, if you knew how talented those 2 guys are, they're both #1 draft choices. And they both are much better players than some of the guys over here except for 28 and 7. You know, they figure, hey, he'll get them both. But you can imagine why we came back in this game 2 times and ran for 35 yards down that sideline, right?
Yeah.
Now, you say we're guessing. Well, I don't really know whether that's a guess when they chase like this.
Yeah.
Somebody wasn't prepared. How about the club out over here? He doesn't really help me, does he? He got his helmet too far under it?
Yep.
Did you say that?
Yep.
yep. Back to the beginning, this coach was Wyatt at the start of this. center coming out knowing you're doing this, knowing you're motioning this guy across?
Word release is what told me. It's a delayed call.
Now, say they run just, Sam's over here,
Okay?
okay, what's your tight end?
Doesn't matter. Okay?
Where's that center going? Is he
I
automatically?
am Mike Declaration.
So he's here.
Yeah.
So even if he runs, now the Sam runs with your tight end man to man.
Okay? I got Mike
Doesn't
Declaration.
change it. But your Mike, really, since Sam here, your Mike Decoration's still here. Even in this look right now, where's he?
Exactly right. Would not matter to us. Wouldn't matter to us once we make a Mike Declaration, that's the middle of those three. That's the guy we have. Now, because it's released, this is treated as buck off. So number two now belongs to the fullback. Now the center's going to the back safety.
Yeah.
The guy there humping to is the weak safety on the cut line. Again, have they got the quarterback dealt with here?
Palace safety, good.
They're saying the safety's got him, you know that.
Yeah, that's what, he's the one that's
Now,
getting
you see how hard this is for the fullback, but he's clearly gotta go outside. He decided not to, in his mind, the guy was playing out. I'm not sure he's wrong. What he isn't right on is he never fit on one, right? In trying to fit through there, you know, he hasn't helped his runner. So this is part of what you face if you let him respot inside. Great cut lane by the left tackle here.
Yeah,
Right there, that's it. Get up the field
I love that.
and get yourself high.
Probably what, fourth
Now,
step
what do you
or
think
so?
we tell this left guard after this play?
Yes.
Stiff arm or chop?
Chop.
Chop, because he's got me. See, he's gonna tackle me. Club technique,
Yep. Good. Now, Coach, you were here coaching this outfit right here?
Number one belongs to the tight end, that's gonna be 37. That makes 57 belongs to the fullback. The center couldn't stay on him because the plugger came. Remember you thing you were talking about getting from Florida State?
Jump him.
Great job, tight end on the backside, sifting from 94 to 26, because once he could discover which one of those two. Now the fullback has read it. The guy with the right guard's playing out.
Oh, go
You
back.
gonna go block 57 out there?
Oh, he said he's blocking himself.
He blocked himself. Go fit up on something.
Well, baby seven probably, huh?
Well, play football. Now, too many times they end up on nobody, and I don't like that shit. We tell you, you're gonna spot. Now, if you're gonna be a searcher, and search the system, search
Now,
the
would
way
you-
the system is.
Would you consider him, say you go back in that and he blocks 87, helps that backside guard with
Could you do that?
Don't
that?
matter to me.
Is that a good job for
It
him?
don't matter to me. As
Just
long as
fit
you-
on somebody with his
Exactly
double with
right. Fit it, make that thing stay in that 3, 4, 5, 6 category.
Yep.
And away we go. This was a clear read for him because the guy with the right guard goes in, right?
Nice
He should
club, huh?
Clearly go out and take on the next level.
Wow, I like that right tackle there. Boom. Does he finish it?
I think where his arm is, he's going to. But maybe not. Back had to go a little bit wider than. He's fighting to lock that arm, isn't he?
What is-
That's tough for him right there.
You guys didn't play Denver, right? You won't play Denver, or
We played them last year.
what do they do to you knowing this is your deal? And they do it, you guys are the two probably majors in it. What do they do to
You know,
kind of
they
screw up?
didn't, when they played us, I think they didn't feel, we had played really poorly the week before and had lost the game in Kansas City badly. And we went to them and we were like, 5-2. Playing pretty good, but we played poorly the week before and they came out and tried to play pretty vanilla, 8-man fronts. And we just mauled. And they weren't prepared, they just weren't prepared.
What will you guys do to, like, when people come to you and say, what's the best way to defend this? What's, you know?
Well, what we're
hurts you?
finding is they G the front side guard and they 3 technique the backside guard, and that keeps the cutback lanes a little more restricted. Okay? That is pretty vanilla. And then change up the fronts, and we see more bare front than anybody in football does. We see piles and piles of that. And as our passing game gets better, we're gonna see less and less of that. And that's why we like to show pass out of gun and run this wide zone, because they go together, they fit together. So that, we're trying to stay ahead of this as best we can. And it's hard for teams that don't see this to suddenly get it. It's like old wishbone football, you know, suddenly it's on top of you, and you keep thinking you got an answer, and it ain't like that. I mean, it gets on you too fast.
You know, we get, Coach, our defense against us when we run this play, like, their answer to defend us is to take it, play GD, under G, and then take that will back or put them in a freaking A gap and run everybody like a bunch of banshees. But they'll have no answer for us when we motion over or run force. They'll have no answer if we pull the ball on that end now. You know what I mean, Dan? When our defense defends us, they want to play under G defense, which is essentially, putting everybody over there, then putting a 3 with a will inside, running the will, and they got too much defense for us. But they'll have no answer for a pull.
Well, that's what I do. Exactly right. I mean,
None.
Yeah.
We don't get in there.
See, with us, a lot of people will play us because we're on gun. They'll always put the 3 technique to the back in the gun.
See, you keep, to him. Because they don't want to run, they don't want you running
Well, they put the
into
G away from the
If
back.
you're
and
putting the
the three
quarterback
away
here,
to 'em.
back here, they're always gonna have the 3 technique to this side.
And that makes
Squeeze
sense.
on this, and to make it a harder read.
That makes sense. And I can see how this fullback did this. I mean, I can see how, just because he's trained as a runner, he just said, fuck it, I can see where this guy's gonna go.
Have you done it offset eye?
Yeah, we call that, as I said, a line.
Yeah.
You'll see some of that. It's more off of another reel, but,
Used to seem like you did that more in Denver.
well, no, you're only getting the release reel. See, this reel is all line.
I got you. That's right.
Let me flip it, because I'm gonna be teaching somewhat the same sequence, especially the buck on the ball. Because you're gonna learn that way, right? You're gonna learn it. But the right tackle got skinny up through there and just played hard.
I kind of almost use a pinch technique. Bounce himself back out.
There's offset eye. So he should enter, the guard should go on back door. Nope. Yeah, see the weak safety come down? Should have gotten respotted. The right guard should go nose to the will A. Sometimes this ends up being the case, and guess who ended up going back there? The searcher.
Yeah.
Well, I'm telling you, this is the way I would do it. If I were you, buck on ball, I'd run force, teach respot, buck not on the ball, make it release. That's the way I do it if I had to do one way, just one frigging way. See, this center's playing as hard as he can. He's
Now,
just
you
not
worry
good
about
enough to do
respotting
this.
it that fast with the motions and all that?
I tell you, they do a great job. It's been amazing for 2 years how well they've done it. It's been amazing. It's been amazing. I'm just telling you, it's not been as hard as I thought it might be. And that's only started the last 3 or 4 years, guys, just so you know. Because see how the safeties are making it hard for me, right? I mean, they're making it hard. Because right there, do you know? Do you think we know? I don't even know whether they fucking know. Now I need to make it. Need to make it. Need to make it. You didn't get it made.
You really want that right guard going back to the backside, left inside linebacker.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get him declared, and both of them, those 3, wall off those 2 to keep this nose from making this stunt. Why is this nose coming hard here?
Well, I mean, you got your formation pressure coming.
Because the pressure's coming from back here. Why was it coming back here?
Your original formation.
Because the original formation was dictated to be that way. So the center and the right guard could have shut this nose off, put the fullback up in there, and we would have gained. Now luckily, because we taught search, if you're 33 and a runner, what are you going to do when that nose does that right there? What's a runner going to do?
Cutting it back.
He's going to cut behind, right? Now the fullback goes back and hits one that's coming free. Is that his guy? No, not a fucking bit. But he's a football player, and a football player goes and finds guys that he's got. Now here's offset eye, because the buck was where when it started. Okay? So what I'm telling you, I'd run release right there if I were you. Now, when he moves up, what's the play?
Force.
Force. Now, who's got the backer over the right guard?
It's back.
The back, and you would recount it there.
Exactly right. Back's got him in a recount system.
Let me ask this, would you ever, okay, just in our thinking of the smartest guy being the fullback right there for us, dumbest guys being up front,
Okay?
would you not recount the line and bring him back, let him be the one to do it on his own?
Could very easily. Because I guarantee you, if we fucked it up, he would have adjusted. Because if we'd have fucked it up, what would the center done here?
On the mic.
He's going
He would have tripled this thing over to the right back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then what would the fullback done when the three played out?
Going all the way back.
He went all the way back. Now, because they spotted it correctly and lived with it, the right tackle shouldn't have left right there. He's trying to block too many people. You know, he needs to block his because the right guard didn't get the combination call to go there. You'd say, well, if the right tackle stays on that, fullback will take the next one. But one thing they're doing, and that I like, is they understand the system and they know that everything isn't perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't see a sense of anybody not going full speed ahead, trying to hit somebody on the other team. It don't matter whether they're wideouts, fucking tight ends, it doesn't matter. Because they have that wide open mentality. And I think that's what you have to have, that quickness and suddenness that comes from drill work.
That last one, Coach, do you think they recounted that? Just the way that right guard did?
I don't think the right guard did, but I think the center did. The right guard is my albatross, and I have to coach around him, and the center and the right tackle have to help.
This was so easy for us because what we did was we just released it. So it never made a shit of difference. We knew that fullback was going to insert on that backer.
Even with the backer on the ball, because see, he's moved over here on this ball, see?
Yeah.
He's moved over here on this ball.
When we had backer on ball and under defense, to me it was like, well, fuck it. We won't chase that Mike with the guard. If that Mike bails, we'll just come back to the backside backer. The fullback will handle him.
That's just a simple.
It was easy.
We taught it off Will A, and that's how
Yeah.
we made the call way faster
Yeah.
than everybody realized. But you've already seen we've missed one, so that's not saying we don't have some.
But I mean, and the fullback was great at filling,
Mm-hmm.
compensate.
Now, why do you think the fullback stayed in high formation? Because the backer is on the ball out here, right?
Mhm.
And he's reading the five. Now, why should that five go in there? He's probably fucked up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the fullback can easily read it from there.
Right.
And that's why he stays with that backer on the ball. That's just the way we've trained him. And to me, you see, every one of these that we're running out of gun are no different than this. This is the same world. Now, 33, who is our fullback, is at tailback. So we don't read the five. Fullback decided to read outside, 33 decided to read inside. What am I going to be yelling at 74 about?
Well,
Back in, right? Back in, lock your back in. If you don't have guard help, you gotta lock your back in. Easier to say than do, but buck on ball, fullback stays in green, high formation. Look who he ends up hitting here. By definition, he has none of those players, right?
why wouldn't you
There's no
reach?
safety down. There's no safety down. We don't know where they're coming.
Gotcha.
So we could get a late one over here or a late one over there, so we stay in
You're
six.
just gonna stay with
Once
it.
we see it, we
Yeah.
respot it. So, you know, you were asking me how wide the right guard goes. You see how much wider that G is than what you're doing right there?
Why?
Nose, huh?
I think what we didn't do is, we didn't have a good, it's your helmet placement.
Well, the right tackle isn't right.
for the
See
right
his
guard,
helmet?
right?
See the right tackle's helmet?
That's, the way I always coached it was get your screws on his screws.
Did we? So the right guard, the right guard's helmet should be on the five techniques helmet, right?
Yeah, but he just feels 54
He
jumping.
feels
so
54
jumped
coming.
54.
Now you get off it, but I mean, I'm
The right
saying this
tackle-
initial, I don't know if our initial steps last year were that wide.
Yeah, I don't think yours are. I don't think yours are. I
They're
think
not.
yours
But that
I
was
think you will
because
get
that was part of the evolution of putting the thing in.
You can't learn that during the season. I think that's
That's
gotta
part
come.
of, that's part of our mentality of, our kids know inside zone. So
Yeah.
inside zone's no color climb. Different than this is push.
Towards the Georgia week and starting to go on, that coaching point was being made. Go get your hat on his hat.
We'll knock them out.
I don't know that
Well,
we
the
ever
fullback
got that
over-
done,
the
but that's
fullback's
where it was
over,
at.
'cause we're not running release here. See, we're running force. So force tells 33 he has the edge. This is why I wouldn't do this if I was you. I would make all these with the tight end arcing. Release, you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
I just think it's an easier system. If you only had one system, I wouldn't put all these in. But this is
You're
how it works.
boxing this and
Yeah,
you're putting them up.
it's a whole different thing. And,
The only thing good about this coach though, right, is that with a 7 technique, if you box it, you have a chance to get the thing bounced out a couple more times.
you got a lot
but
of
I-
fucking better chances of putting the game away by knocking that 7 up the field. But Denver uses it in every phase so well that they've said it isn't worth that. It isn't worth teaching a whole new concept.
Right.
And then when we started moving our tight end, they've also not gone in that direction because they didn't want to invest the time of tying up the motion. And I'm having some troubles too, because I haven't got my technique cleaned up, but it's also, how many blitzes have we seen where that somebody started? I mean, it's been fucking over and over. So you gotta give what you get, and you gotta say, well, what is the way we're gonna do it? And you've got enough going on right now to say, I do it one way, back or on, that's bad. I'm just telling you what I'd do if I had to start from scratch. And-
See, I see battles we fight, Steve, of the tight end, trying to ask our 2 tight ends to ever be involved with 7 techniques is a waste of time.
But what if
Well,
you're
I
doubling the 7s?
Double.
See, you ought to win that.
But don't think in terms of a year ago. You know, as we move forward, those guys are going to be more than capable to double team a 7 technique. I mean, they're no different than any other tight ends out there. They're going to be 255 pound. Tate won't quite be, but they won't quite be yet. But they're not that much different than a lot of guys. But in a back, you know,
I mean, wouldn't you be better served with the personnel we have,
yeah.
putting our tight end up on safety there and let Billy go sort that shit out as the full?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I like the Denver system. Keep it simple. Release it.
You know,
Be done with it. I don't think that's bad. I think it's good.
I think that's the way I go. If you're adding on a package and really wanting it clean enough to do all these things, that's the way I go. But if you were living in the world we're living in,
well, you have,
this is my world. This is the world we come out of. And so we're gonna marry all of this to the gun mode and stay with this. This is what we know and understand, but it's taking a lot of reps and a lot of time. You know what I mean? For that fullback to learn to search and go through all those crazies, that took a lot of shit invested there. Because people still don't know where a fullback's from.
we have a fullback, I think,
It's smart.
Yeah, and if you
great
want,
football player.
if you wanted to every once in a while, I mean, that's what our box call was. Every once in a while, you make a box call. I know it's not quite the same as your box call, but
No,
every,
it is.
you know,
We're
make-
already out there.
yeah.
We're already out there in trips.
I mean, right here, yeah, just go ahead, widen them out.
Now you see the tackle combination with the right
Yeah, I
shoulder
like
and
that.
single and clean up through there.
Because you have no safety, well, because you had no pre-snap safety down, you're leaving it on. If you felt this guy was down here, then you could redirect it.
Yeah, we would never release though a tight end that has a wide nine.
I'm saying back, is your center redeclaring here,
This is pitch.
or no? Would you want to redeclare this
No.
because the safety's
No,
down?
there's already one running with 83. There's somebody running with 83. That's his guy.
Mhm.
And then the tight end at the top's got the big one.
He's gonna
We're gonna take number 2. The fullback's gonna clean up whatever we don't
That's
take.
the one that when you really see the stretch, we gotta kill that because Jet 3, Jet 9, the K
He's
just
gonna be
back
a-
to the J.
When would that get redeclared?
It would take a different front for that to get redeclared. Because usually if the safety had lined up right there, let's say he lined up right there,
Mhm.
then where would those backers all be? They should be back over there, but they're playing base front man coverage. But I can't get that educated. I can't get it that educated. So the right tackle,
So even though they're bringing a weak safety down because the backers haven't changed at all,
exactly right.
you're not going to redeclare.
Nobody responded because the Mike is still a Mike. We say if he's inside the box, he is our guy. He goes plus, and that's our term. When he goes plus, he becomes a Mike player. He now is the fourth element in the scheme.
Mhm.
And that's all the time we've invested in in that system.
Mhm.
The center would go man here, we get a pinch call, but I would never release the tight end if I had a wide gap.
Yeah.
Because there's a hole already created. Why the fuck try to get in? Denver still tries to release him from right there. You can't get the cocksucker out. Can't get him out of the
So
way.
you're just taking your fullback to be extra, right?
Yep, he's gonna be the cleanup guy and run us down the back.
Worst case scenario, if they blitzed you off the other strong safety, you pick them up.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But would you line up a 9 and strong safety blitz? No. And they don't go together. If they're gonna bring a strong safety, they're gonna put him in here beside 59 and bring him in that hole, you know.
Most they do is fill the strong safety inside, and you pick them up with a fullback.
Yep. All right, here's gonna be a plus. Backer on ball.
Back on the ball.
See, to me, the fullback should never have gotten there. Or is that a DB? Oh, that may be a DB, guys. Yes, it is. So that belongs to the fullback. So now the tackle tight end are working T to the inside backer. If I were you, I would convert this to
Release.
To release.
Right, no doubt.
Arc it, whatever the term's gonna be.
Easy.
But the tight end's going out.
Fullback.
You're
So
right.
the fullback
Sure.
could stay in I formation or
Search back.
slightly offset and read the 3. 3 goes in, you go out. Here it's already predetermined. Right guard's helmet needs to be wider. See why the read isn't good for the back when you do that as a lineman? It just does not make it have a chance.
How big is that tight end there, 83?
60, but he's all pro. He's our second best player next to quarterback.
What's his name?
Crumpler. Because he can get 70 balls and block the line of scrimmage.
This sucker's good on 28.
He's just become a very consistent player, and he's not very big now. I mean, he is not.
See, right there,
very
you're
big.
gonna, go back to this one. I just wanna make sure, Steve, you're gonna let the tight end's going out.
If I were you, I
Have
would
the
have.
tight end go out, have the back insert on 55.
Right,
Fullback
and read
insert on
97.
55. We're just gonna read 97. He's actually, we're not gonna end up even blocking 55.
It's a lot to do with the fact that.
Right, now, is anybody happy with the left guard's helmet here?
See, this is running early, you know.
How about the left guard's helmet? Is that fair to the fullback right there?
But we said, no.
No. Can the fullback now get back under that? He's all fucked up, isn't he? He's all fucked up, and it's tough for him. That's the left guard, in my opinion. That's just the left guard.
30 yards.
Yeah, I just get on. All that hard work just to get them the line of scrimmage is what the game is about. Anytime we get, that look in any defense that we're running toward, we always turn it out. So in system, this should be plus. And the center should work O behind it, and not work triple, and let the fullback take that other player. He made the fullback search here.
Right.
So you want to put the fullback on the mic right here. You
I
can
would
see the
like
mic
him to,
plus.
because to me, it's a plus defense.
It's a release. You
So,
release.
the release is gone, with this thing, goes to T.O., the back knows it's never going outside.
Mm-hmm.
He's running off the 3. The fullback, when he saw the center enter up on that lane, he went back and searched and gave us a chance for a breakup play.
That backer walks up like that, he might have called a pinch if that Sam was off the ball, but
Could've
if Sam's
been.
on the ball, just go.
Exactly right. Should be pinched. It is.
Who are they saying 26? Is 26 going to be coming?
Now the fullback is wrong, because his man is out in this thing. So he should never search his.
Cause he can keep coming out here to
Exactly
21
right.
or
We've already
26.
created the hole. Run in the hole we've created.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do that to the back. Now the back has to run behind you, and he does okay, but it isn't where you really want the ball. Now our fullback
Fullback makes,
moved over because Buck is off the ball. Now Buck's up. Now he's in a bad spot.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got the Mike player. 61 shouldn't have gone to him. If they said safety down, coach, we had to go to him. Now the fullback's got to go to him. I mean, there's all kind of shit gonna happen. 45 is straight down the bike, so they declared him.
Why
We
wouldn't-
wanted to declare, go back to that one.
Why
You
wouldn't
wanted
it
See,
to-
I would've thought when that guy moved up and 55 moved over, that 24 would never come down. I would've bet 29 was coming down. I mean, just look at the defense. Do they need him over there or do they need him back here? This is why,
But it's over in front, right?
oh, it's overed and
Boss.
plus and
So,
safety down.
Yeah.
God damn. This is where you want your QB call started.
Yeah.
It is downhill running, Jesse.
Positive runs.
And he has understood the system and has become as effective in it as I've seen. Led the league in average per carry.
Who's the best guy coach you've had?
Well, Terrell Davis and Clinton Portis were much better players than this guy. Much better players. But the season he just had ranks up there with some of the best those guys had too, so. He just wore out. We need another one to replace him because the guy we got, that's what he does. He goes in there and falls down.
What do you look for in the back? What's your, when you,
I don't think size has anything to do with it, but I don't want him too far behind the blocking scheme. Get into the damn hole, read the hole, and get up the field, and let's make positive yardage. You don't need to go down right there. You don't need to go down. Now, I know he's not trying to, but that's why he's our fullback. He isn't good enough to be our tailback, 33. Good player. Glad he's here.
what's the lightest you can play with a fullback, do you think? What's the
I
lightest
think
that?
that guy's pushing it, 220, 218, 219. I think he's pushing it. Because if he has to blunt now, he struggles. He struggles. But we do so much searching, don't you think it helps him being athletic? And of course, he's a great receiver.
Of course.
Because he's got burst. He can catch a ball in the flat and make 19. Where a guy that's 255, 260, he ain't going to make 19 yards in this league. He can't get him.
You said something now, the back, okay? He's gotta follow the fullback. When the fullback
If
makes
the
a
fullback
cut,
bends, the tailback is sucked over there like he's a.
he's gotta go with him.
He's a pimp, he just pulls us right over there, that chick walking down the street and we all.
He has to.
but
He doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to, but he can't help it.
Yeah.
He can't help it. He just can't.
Which is a conflict. It makes perfect sense, but when we run a play like, for example, zombie, that thought process doesn't marry.
Well, I'm sure you do some
Which is
crossbow
fine.
things.
I wanted to just ask to see if you were coaching him to follow him, but you're not.
No.
You're saying it just
No,
happens
no.
naturally.
But
But
I'll
I'm
tell you,
saying-
I'll
yeah.
tell you something, we're getting ready
That's
to
what
hit,
happens sometimes in zombie.
because I think we beat
Well,
that.
we naturally follow him back.
Right, and we don't get some of these done, we're not gonna get all this shit. Because we think this is a direction, give me just a hair light here, that we need to think about. Because there's a pull here that we think may be another door, and we're always looking for doors. Let's see here. Let me hit that one more time there.
Sure.
Still, no, I meant this. See this tight end, how much easier it is for him to go down and check to see, do I have the 5 technique, then I have the buck, then I have the strong safety if he's off?
Yeah.
You see how much easier that is for him to do? Don't you agree?
Yes.
Now, I don't think the right guard stretched enough, but I think he missed cadence. I think that's why he's so fucking bad right there.
On that note, off the beaten path, you have a silent cadence, coach?
Oh, yeah, we live in that world. The whole game.
What do you
I'll
do
give
for
you that,
that?
but let me finish here, because there's some good shit there too. Players taught me this one here. I never seen one like this. As a matter of fact, when we get to an away game here, I'll just let them do it. Okay. All right, watch the head of the center, okay?
Looks left.
Okay, here's what happens. Go to the line of scrimmage, quarterback says ready. Okay? The center says ready and the guard's repeating. And And when he says ready, he turns his head, that's one. Go.
So, I'm the center.
Okay.
Steve's the guard.
I go up, I start my declarations, I'm doing the stuff. Quarterback, ready, because he's got motions and shifts that he's doing
Yep.
with his heels, okay?
I'm the center.
So he tells him, I'm ready. Then the center says, ready, go. Two things have happened. The tackles start with his head, okay? So they're looking right there. Up and down stances, depending on what they're in. The minute they see that helmet start, they time it up on one. They time it up and they take their eyes from him back to theirs, and they're looking at the defense. Because they know how long it takes his head to go, okay, it's on two. Ready? Go!
Two head bobs.
Now it's on two head.
Guards don't say anything?
No.
Right, okay, that's
No,
the right place.
because they look in there. They look in there, and the minute that head starts, and they come back and they know how long it's going to be before it occurs. And we practice the entire week, and every snap, gun and under center on the road, every snap of every game is done that way. And we do gun at home that way.
So you come up that
We're
way.
so convinced it's the right way to do it.
I'm going Mike.
And they came up with this. It's amazing. Where they got it, I do not fucking know. Because I've been with every one of those holding hands. I've been with that goddamn jiggle them, give them the foot. I mean, I've been through that shit. I mean, we all have, you know. And they learn to time up the system. And they do every drill the whole week that way.
So the center still says go.
He says, ready, go. Okay, and the go comes when his head will be back to the spot.
Do the tackles hear him?
No, no.
The
So they're
guards hear
all
him?
off head.
The guards do. They feel and hear, you know. I think the quarterback is the one that feels it. So I think he's a lot more prepared, and he's so confident in it.
When you're under center.
Yeah, he's like, hey, this is better than what I'm doing. Because he's not a real vocal guy. He's not a loud guy, you know. And what are we gonna do? We gonna make that fucker do practice yelling down here? We're paying that cocksucker $15 million a year, and we gonna practice yelling shit? No, we gonna let him play. My center,
Practice yelling.
he's
Still
lucky.
don't fucking
He's
work.
lucky to have a goddamn job. He's lucky to have a job. He can learn to cadence shit. Oh, it is amazing. And there he is. I mean, you see it every time we're on the road. You'll see his helmet, and it ain't a big one.
I noticed.
Now, I'll tell you who bitches.
Just making calls.
Yeah, because you can see that he might be.
Because they think there's suddenness there. But
You're
there
rocking.
isn't suddenness. He's doing that. See? And all we have to do to the officials, make sure before every game, you know, it's the same old deal. You know we're using no kill. We know. We're not jerking it. We just move it over. Go. Okay. But the defensive rush guys, they leery. You know? If they jump, we pull. Now, it's coming up. Coming up. They jump, we're pulling. Ball's coming. We learn to play around him.
If those defensive ends jump, center's not.
Let's go.
What about if it's
Don't matter. Don't matter.
ever?
Don't matter. There ain't no exception. No brainer.
When you're in the guns, quarterback give ready, or does he give a foot or like a hand sign?
He gets a foot there, but says ready. It says ready. One of the problems we have is when we get into overs, what is the cadence going to, things of that sort, you know? And so we have to work that out each week as to how we're going to do it, if that's in the game plan. Obviously, we have less of that when we're on the road. It is what it is, guys. I mean, you don't want to beat yourself. And I know y'all's colleges are just the same thing. The noise in those damn stadiums right now is just amazing. Every time we go, it's impossible because they're trained and they pipe in the shit. So I mean, we know we're gonna get it. It's just a matter of when it comes. And this is the best I've ever seen. I mean, system-wise, that I've ever seen. I'm trying to get to one. Here it is. Here it is. And this is a direction that we're looking at very strongly because of the pull of what I heard one of y'all say that they hang behind if certain things happen. Now watch, this is 83 is a guy's our release guy, right? He's been motion across, we run behind him, motion across, we run to him. And watch what he does to linebackers, because we run so many slides and keepers. When he goes back that way, just to seal, what happens to all three of the linebackers for just a little bit right there?
They sit.
Huh?
So,
Okay, now, to me, we've opened up something here. And we gotta be smart enough to know that anytime we can run a weak side concept and slide a guy that's a primary, like our search fullback or the tight ends, what are the rest of the defenders gonna do right there?
So,
See, we see a lot, this is what we see, because of our option,
Because
because of
of
the
option.
shotgun, because of the quarterback
You see,
pulling.
it is the same concept, but this fits into so much of what we do because 83 is always running keepers out the backside. You know, he's one of our best players that works in the creases. So what we've got to do is find ways to create this action without affecting who we declare. Because those linebackers clearly are not near as big a threat as they have been on all this film, right? When they're attacking right at them.
Same side does this a little bit for us. I know you don't like it, but I mean, it does freeze them a little bit.
Well, I have a feeling keeper is. I mean, the QB.
Oh, no question.
I mean, I think we're on to somewhat the same vicinity. And I just wanted to put that one in there to mention it and talk about it.
it's just, that's a game or something.
All right, let's jump our ass right back. Now, do we want to read option triple? Stretch is all stretch. Let's look at read just a bit. Can we look at that again?
Read just our inside zone.
Read is
Yeah.
tight zone.
I
Read
know
it.
it
We're
is.
gonna be, you can see it with the read and the backfield mesh and all that
That's
stuff.
what I'd
gonna
like to
be all
do without the
coordinated.
option. When I get to the options, I'll move off, because I just want to see what I think, you know. I mean,
This is read option.
you'll have even more pull. You're gonna have even more pull with this guy coming over here than you got right here. Because if you stop to think about it, they're not stretching the inside players like they did on the wide zone,
No.
correct?
No.
So they're in a better position to reset and go back to your quarterback if he pulls this ball.
No question.
We saw a lot here, and I don't know where it's gonna stay. With our play here, we saw a lot of backdoor by the front side linebacker. That's where stretch is gonna help us. That front side backer wouldn't go anywhere. He would not run any backdoors. I saw a lot of it, not in Mississippi State, but a lot of the other ones he backdoors.
You're up about 4.5 here. You know, you're getting them up there a little bit. I like that. Man, get this thing. And you're at 5.5 or 6 back here.
6.
Different steps for the back.
He's a little tighter than, I mean, I'm telling you.
Square
6.
shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
All
it's
I'm
tight
doing is
here.
trying to be the quarterback right here.
Yeah.
Right. I know my guy is gonna take off right there, boy. There is no doubt in my mind. Because they can't slow play him. You can't do that.
Well, that's what we see so much of, and that's where we think the stretch will help. That he's gonna have to get up the field. He's gonna either have to go to the back, or he's not gonna get there.
You're in there. This is where the tackling can get down, and this is the way it looked at Buffalo here, in Thurman Thomas days. How am I gonna get this fucking thing over to that side? If I got a tight end, how am I gonna do that?
Tight end backside?
Well, no.
Tight end to the left.
He's gonna be on the front side most of mine, so I've gotta get him somehow where he's a archer. Without using arc, without using release. Because the more you do with this with the right guard, right tackle, or that man scheme and pull the tackle around, the better the thing is gonna be, because it makes the read easier, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the world you're in. You shouldn't have stopped that one, right? Tom?
Should have given it.
Oh, but I'm saying you wouldn't want him on that guy, wouldn't you want him on the inverter?
Who, that number 2 receiver?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, for us right there, the number 2, the guy coming down over number 3, he's the pitch key. is we're running option on this one.
You think you're pitching off of him?
We're pitching off him because we're reading the defensive end. You can't pitch off, defensive ends are read key.
Quarterback's gonna get that receiver killed.
And we'll do two things: either pitch it here, or we'll throw it out there.
Yeah.
They're gonna have cover out there on you. Throw it. He could hand this one off easily.
They should really be,
You
if
should-
they play defense right, we should be looking at this thing anyway.
I wouldn't.
I'm
I
saying
think,
if they
I
play-
understand within the stretch, this is what I'm looking at, within the stretch concept, I'm not sure all that other stuff exists anymore, loops and, you know what I mean? To me, I'm just saying,
on
I'm
the
looking at,
stretch play or on the
On-
option plays.
I'm just saying, on the stretch with a read component, like, how you had odd defense, I'd read the Will backer. Where you have this kind of front right here, I mean,
Thank you.
that's what I
Appreciate
would
it very
read.
much.
I would incorporate all those calls in there.
Thank you. Not
Is
a
it-
stretch.
Not a
We're not gonna
stretch.
lose the triple and all the other.
No, I'm talking stretch, I'm
Mhm.
looking at it through those eyes right now. Keep it simple.
So see, if you're running stretch here, and I know we're not, they know it, but you see how slow everybody plays this, coach. Of how, in the backside end, look at the backside backer, everybody's just slowed down. That's why the stretch helped us, as I thought. as the
Oh,
year
it's
went on.
going to. I can see it right now. What I was trying to do is get enough of the reads. So many of them are options.
What do you think about the quarterback's footwork as compared to stretch and read? How do you tie them together and all that other nonsense?
I think he's clearly going further over on stretch than he is on all this other stuff.
What do you think it should be?
I kind of like the further over, but I don't know that yet.
So we have so many options because we don't want our quarterback to run the ball.
What about your footwork in the back? Too slow?
Uh,
Looks slow to you?
Well, I just think you restrict yourself with the tight zone play. I think you're always going to end up doing just exactly what I go through all these years. I say to myself, why in the fuck am I worried about running that thing down in that front fence when I got width? I got still got cutback lanes.
Right.
I'm stretching to do what I'm doing. I mean, why don't I, we are pulling them all right into this hole right here, the whole team, right?
Yep.
And when we saw those others, they were bored out of there at some better angles.
Yeah.
And the linebackers were giving better reads. But I don't know that. I'm trying to learn. And I think it's good stuff.
It's a bad read here.
I will stop there. That's not gonna do it. I'm gonna give y'all one run upstairs real quick. Sure. Got some things done here. I want you to look at this wide zone. Try to run this big boy. And let me teach you real quick what we know of this. This might have I think I wanted to stop it. One of the things we get a lot of miles out of because we teach the same play is we come up in one of these two formations. And this may not fit your people, but it may change up.
Right.
And we come up and we run, we run wide zone or stretch, whatever you want to call it. And we run it to the reduction side. And bend it back and wall it down and get it all the way back into that crease. Or we line up in this formation and motion and either run it there or there, depending on what we think they're gonna do to this alignment. And then we'd like to head it. So you're gonna see a whole reel of these concepts right here.
Mm-hmm.
And see if you think the read of the back and the handoff of the back and the mesh of the back is the way you're seeing it,
Okay.
saying it. And that'll give me a chance to run up and check with Jimmy Morton, because I'm not gonna see him tomorrow. And I'll be right back down.
So you run this wider stretch to the wider or the tighter?
We, to this, we run it away from that one, which is to the reduction side, and the safety. This one we guess, because we don't know when we come out this way how they're gonna set it. And then we either move this one and go behind him, or move this one and go to here, but it has every front, because you, whatever you called, you call. Here, we don't over. Here, we over. So you-
Stand down and get up there.
Oh, yeah, come on.
It's up there, shitballs.
Yeah, I love it. It's all come, in my mind, it's come, you know what I mean? I'm saying it's like, I see the right, I feel like I see the right direction in my mind. I'm not necessarily saying it's everyone else's, I just, in my brain, I feel that way now. It's helping me pull it together. I agree with him, I do. I just like the stretch play and the read off of it, because I see it as a better pull on the whole deal. I think it stresses the defenses more. I think the defenses have caught up with the running back read. But I think they're gonna struggle like a bitch with that read off of that stretch. I just don't think they're all, I just think it's harder on them. That's my gut feeling.
My gut is they will, but my gut is also, you know, where the inside read, and I see, but we kind of got it, we do have it to a science, the backside tackle, married with the quarterback reading it, the stretch I don't feel comfortable with.
Oh, we have
As
to
comfortable as I feel, obviously, with just the read.
right, we just have, but we as a staff have not looked at the read.
Yeah,
yet.
no,
We haven't
that's
done
why
it.
it's just, it's no man's land to say.
But I know this, you conflict that defense with that stretch play, you widen, you make that you stretch that defense with that stretch play, and it's still a downhill, that's why it's a cross dresser. It's still a up your ass play. Whereas the tight zone to me has become more of a sideways play, and you're not getting the stretch you want anymore. I think you can do, I think we can grow it any way we want to, you know, and be okay. So what are we doing here?
This is a true wide outside zone. And I don't like this. And again, without him explaining to us, but he's saying this is to me a bounce. I don't. Maybe it is, I don't know what he's telling. He's calling this wide stretch, wide zone, wide stretch.
That's what he calls stretch wide.
It's all out of 12 people so far.
It's the same play,
It is, it's all doubles.
same play that we've been watching.
Where's the clicker? Let me see the clicker. Does it reach me?
We wanna look at some of the pass game on all this stuff,
Yeah. Naked, I think we gotta talk.
naked or boot or whatever like you said,
Close.
there's a naked, and then there's a protected one, and then there's a quarterback keeper.
What does he call it, keepers?
Because it's 311. We want to get what we want to get that way too, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This is all kind of box mentality, I think, isn't it?
It's just away from safety. Yeah, box.
It's all box, because they're gonna crack the safety.
That's why you're getting some spills, because you're blocking 7 techniques. I think this is a great formation, 2 out of gun. And I agree with him, I think he said it. I really like tight zone out of this formation. I think that's where they become a gap short. I think this is where tight zone's at its best. Maybe as, you know, maybe as read, you know what I mean? Oh boy. How's this week catching up with your ass? Hmm? It's amazing, huh? We're playing with balanced safeties.
Backfield dance where the shit though, that's not what you see. Look at the bullshit too.
Coaches in around this way because it's like we're in fucking Denver too. Pinch.
See, that to me is one of the biggest things getting out of today. That eliminates that down scheme.
I like it, but I mean,
Just saying, going with the down scheme,
What's that?
that pinch. We worry about, you know, we say jet threes to help ourselves. Jet threes is get a fold scheme.
yeah, that's only
They're
when you,
basically pinching.
that's only with a 9 technique.
No, I know. Say Florida
The
State.
jet threes are an issue out of a lot of fronts, right? Any over fronts, it's 9 technique. So how much will, I'm just curious how much we'll really get in 9 technique. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, Steve? What are you doing? What are we doing? We gotta try to find out about tomorrow too.
What's that?
Tomorrow.
Yeah. You know, what do you think? Let's say, Danny, we can't get in here tomorrow. That we meet in a hotel in the morning and kind of try to work through some of our deals, you know what I mean? Maybe work for a couple hours in the morning or something, just try to, let's freshen our mind, try to solidify some of our deals and, you know, what we're talking about, team series, and see maybe we can create a working environment in the mornings, and then, you know, because I'm not gonna drive home, but we wouldn't meet when we got home anyway, so meet a little bit in the morning and then go home. You follow me?
Hey, come on.
Huh?
Yeah.
Do we still got some shit that we can clean up.
The tight end is gonna release if the backer on his outside comes.
Man on man outside
Okay.
ball.
So
Okay.
if he's got one-on-one outside, he's gotta throw and get the hell off because he is primary to that side. Cause quarterback, we don't have anybody left to keep.
Okay, what if he doesn't?
It stays on until the ball is outside of that guy before he throws. The quarterback must be clearly outside. We do not throw and go fast. We throw, protect, and we work the comeback to the crosser before we work that guy. He does not want to leave early, and it is by far the best thing we do to protect our guy. And this one is the hardest one of all because ain't nothing else he can do. Shit, he's stuck. And this is out of every formation there is. God knows it's a name. So see how he's peeping at this backside backer? We call that a protected system, so we're working overs, the comebacks. If there's anything you want to see more than once, just scream. Remember, these fit in the run here. They fit in.
Your mentality here, coach, up front.
Okay, we have a way of teaching it which is a little bit screwy. Our linemen are responsible on wide zone keepers for 1 and 2 on the line of scrimmage, and we use drop step to the side of the play because you don't know how they're going to rush. Right? You don't know. So we drop step to a play, which is totally backwards of the way we do the running play because we're always gaining 2. But we are responsible for 1 and 2. The running back has any safety blitzer, edge blitzer. The center is responsible for going through the nose to the front side Mike because with wide zone, the back can't block that guy. So we bring the back guard with a quick bounce step to the nose, and the back tackle pins the 3 technique because we don't want that 3 ever looping out to be the contained rusher into the keeper game. So we have one way with tight, one way with wide, and we don't care whether it's 1 back, 2 backs. We don't care about any of those rules. We only care about who we're responsible for to the side of the play and away from the play. If it's tight zone, the back has the inside backer and the strong safety. Because now the center doesn't go by the nose, because now our backside is trying to pull the linebacker on. And we get away with this, and it's something that we get bitched at a bunch, but it is amazing.
Give me John.
As we run these keepers, if we get this look, how many times I get this guy
John, give me the lights.
and I pull him to me. And then the crosser, who he spins on, he can't get there. To do that, our center has to stay on that, which says now the back has that one and that one. If it's wide, we don't get a pull on guy there. Drop step, drop step. The thing that's different about ours is this guy never lets that go until this one is outside of his body frame. We tell him, if he ain't sure, then you stay on that motherfucker. Because the big one is when our guy gets on that edge, and then he has deep comebacks, takeoffs. He has all that combination plus the ability to run plus the crosser. That's the way we go about it. We go about it different than everybody else does.
You get that underfront tight zone, centers on nose, guards on the end, tackles on the side, well, back on the ball. That's how you count that. Front side tight is releasing.
Yes, I go 1 and 2 to the play side. Center stays on the nose. And the backside tries to get to the wheel. Yes,
So tackle's going up there and sent to the sand as he's releasing.
correct.
Wide, same thing.
And it doesn't matter to me whether it's 2 back, 1 back, because we run them out of every concept. We also have to be able to add them on game day, because if this play's going, then we gotta have a keeper made, so we have to make them up on sidelines.
I'm sorry, I don't want to act like a dumbass here. Just make sure I heard you right. So, off a wide zone, the back is responsible for any edge pressure.
To the side of his
Side.
fake. And he can only take a wide one because he's running a wide pack. So he can't get it.
And the same as in under defense, what is the Sam considered in wide zone?
He belongs to the tackle.
Okay.
He's number 1 on the ball.
Okay, 1-2 LOS. Okay.
If
And
there's any strong safety blitz, inside or outside of that side, it's his. Wherever he can.
tight zone, the differential is the back now has the inside play side backer.
And
His dual safety. Yeah, so he's a dual reader.
exactly. And we just tell him to abort if it comes outside, because you got to go get it. Just abort the fake. You want to take a tight fake, so you're on the tight backer. But if one came outside, I can't get all mine converted because I can't get the call back. I can't get it back there. So we never have the DBs.
The center has the mic in wide zone. Center has the nose backside in tight zone.
Nose front side and tight zone.
Nose front side, but what if it's a black side? What if it's a 3 technique?
We would probably play hard into the shade nose and then bounce up and try to pull on the linebacker.
You run these, coach, open nub side and close side? Were you running away from the tight end to the
We run
nub
it
side?
every way there is. So now the back is replaces the tight end, don't matter the situation. Because it's going to come out of every formation. If there's nobody to help over there, it's called a naked. If there is somebody to help, it's called a keeper. And when he has keeper, he has protection, unless he has a slide player. Player going back across, and that has its own term, which tells him kind of how to do it. So let's
Saw
just
a bunch
take
of Cubs on that of Denver, I think it was.
Yep, they do them good, no doubt about it, they do them really good, they know what they're doing. I think their quarterback's too deep, I don't think he threatens line of scrimmage, and they don't protect it as long as we do. There's a lot of little things there that I think they're good at, but not as good as, but is close.
Now, these are all wide.
These are all wide, you can tell by the path of the back.
Path doesn't change that much.
Huh?
Line's footwork doesn't change
It
at
does
all.
not change that much. We just go tighter on tight zone, wider on wide zone to the front side of the play.
Right.
The wide zone, you're dropping front side.
Yes, and you can see we are clearly drop stepping and attacking. And we try to hold on. So you see this tight end back here, he ain't leaving like a lot of people's, right there. He's gonna stay and make sure this edge is protected long enough for all that to occur. And then the big ones are the crossers.
We run that one more time, Coach.
Okay, you want it from this angle or
Yes,
the
sir.
other?
Yes, sir, just from the back.
Sometimes the crossers is wide, sometimes the receivers, we got them every way there is. Just like anybody would. Now we're going back to the fullback side because this is a very common formation for us. This is where our starting spot is. That fullback, he can't believe that they're going in there like that. I mean, he can't believe that, but they did.
Now, I mean, maybe it's a stupid question. How does that fullback right now know when that quarterback's broke out outside?
He knows there's a certain amount of time it takes him to get there every day in practice. If that motherfucker's early, I'm going out there and I'm gonna chew his dick off, boy. Because I don't want this guy hit on a keeper that has protection.
Is
For
there-
you to catch a goddamn 7-yard pass in the flat, 6-yard, fuck that play. We don't need that play. You protect his edge and then you go. If you ain't sure, you stay.
Is there
And
a
if
mental
that guy
clock?
rushes up the field, we stay only full-time inside out.
It's 1,000, it's 1,001, 1,002.
Whatever that time it is, baby, it is whatever it is.
Better know how long it
And
takes
I'm gonna tell you
for
one
the to get out
thing,
there.
he knows my ass is coming after him right now. I am not gonna put up with that concept getting where we catch a 6-yarder and got the shit knocked out of our quarterback. It just don't make no sense. It just doesn't make sense. Because I would like him to get bigger plays off this thing, and we do as a result of it, because of the attitude we take. I know it's the way you coach.
Is he too fast here in your mind, or he's saying, you know what?
Well, watch him. He's buying
He's a little
that
nervous.
clock. I know he's buying that clock about as long as he can get it. But what he's got to understand is, bud, you ain't number one in this system. This system is run, comebacks, crossers, then the fullback. That's where the big plays are. I think. I mean, that's just the way I look at it. Greg and I don't always agree on this one, so we have some words on this too. I mean, that's part of it. He's got a defender here that won't cross his face and leg, right?
Yeah.
He won't go out, guys. He will not go out here.
So for the technique of that block right there for the fullback, I mean,
That's full time, inside out. Cause he don't go if that guy doesn't bite. They got us. The guy that fucked this up is the right guard, right? He's gotta go on through the blocking scheme. He gotta get on through the fucking blocking scheme with wide zone. He's the one who got my quarterback hit right here. But it's still the big plays. It's still the big plays.
Now he feels pressure off the edge, he's gonna hot release it. Fullback, right?
Which one?
He's gotta go.
Fullback right now feels this safety coming off his edge, then he's gonna hot
He
release
would do the same thing there than he would on the other side. That's why he's catching an eye on him right now.
it. Yep. If not, stay on, stay on, stay on, stay on. Not gonna get out now. Right?
That's correct. Don't go, bub.
Well, juice in that throw.
I don't like these, I hate to say this, in red zone and goal line, the slides don't work today. They've been taken away. Down in here, they fuck up coverage. You all agree?
Well, with the fullback,
Yeah, with anybody. It could be a tight end, it could be the wide receiver, it could be anybody. They'll fuck
Now,
up.
is this a wide one? Why is that tight end leaving right now?
Yes, it is.
Why is he leaving right now, the tight end? Is that part of it?
Right guard's just going too, center's just going too wide.
What about the tight end backside here? This is a non-protected one?
This one is wrong. He is dead ass wrong. He must give this, well, in slide he doesn't stay, but he's still got to blunt it. He's got to blunt it long enough into that look to give our quarterback a chance to throw that ball. But slides generally are like nakeds to the quarterback. But with that look right there, with the guy lined up outside, he ought to stab him, let the slider go under the lane, and then release on the clear. Now, he's got us in hot water right there, but I'm not a big believer in that. Now, these are by far the best ones. We don't even run the toss anymore, and these are the best ones because he can run outside so fast. You see the,
look at that.
see how long he protected his edge up there now? I mean, they gonna get him to this edge. That's better than passing scores.
You got that.
It's amazing how fast the body mechanics can do that compared to the other. It is amazing, and I don't know why it is.
Now, this is toss scheme for you up front.
We run toss with a crack, pull, and we also run toss with a downhill Nebraska system. But we don't run the downhill Nebraska system now because we don't have a guy that can catch it and run. They just can't. They take their eyes off the ball. So this has become primary for us. Gotta go, man. Just gotta go. Gotta go across there.
Should that fullback have released?
I don't know right there. That one's so delayed. I'm not
in the
sure.
gray area
I'm
right
not
there.
sure that one is systematically within a system. No, they're pretty there. I just don't like slide.
These are nakeds.
go back, let me see the center real quick. Snap.
It's fast.
Yeah, it's too fast. They can't get through the slide there. They're in a bare front.
We had a cut up reel of all the, these slides. Oh, man.
I can't get that out of the San Francisco guys. That's just driving me nuts. But I know there's a wide zone concept going on right here that we need to take a look at, right? Is something not happening to those linebackers? That's kinda like the play I showed you the one of, and I just have a feeling.
Backside tackle,
This is
man, I'm
naked.
in outside.
This is naked, one-on-one outside, you gotta pull her down. It's usually the slot, but it can be to a single receiver side. This is naked, there is no helper there unless we can pull one down. Here we get him pulled down. I don't like this. I don't like this shit. I'm telling you that. We're gonna get that fucking hit. I'm gonna get him hit with a play that makes some sense. Sorry.
Backside 3-2, the tackle's gotta stay on.
Yeah, we do our damnedest to take an angle where even if he loses, we got a chance. Because of all the zone dog, right? All the pressure over here is gonna create that being, now they're in blitz, but he doesn't know that. I just don't like that hit right there. I just is where, fullback being a guy helps you, right? I mean, where he's an athlete. But now these are called handoffs with the built-in part of pulling. So my back tackle can't go downfield. Does that make sense? See the back tackle, see how much flatter he is? Because normally he'd be releasing up there on that linebacker.
What cued him to know this?
Possible
naked.
naked.
Called that way.
Yes. So the receivers are running around.
How many times do you think on a season that you called possible naked that he handed the ball off? Only when there's man-on-man outside.
Same rule as QB. Same rule as
Okay.
Reed. Same rule.
So it's a naked unless there's two outside.
Correct.
Or if you ever got into reading it from a gun right here, you could hand that off.
You probably could decide.
So let me ask you that backside tackle, you're just telling him to run flatter.
I just tell him, whatever you do, you must do it on the line of scrimmage, and you gotta think about cutting when you aren't sure. When you're not sure, go cut. But that right tackle, tight end, fullback, they have no clue of whether this is given off or not, because they don't know. They do not know. And I think this is just the cutting edge, and it's just gotten started, and it's gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger. Because you got more options. So he guessed here, he guessed wrong.
Tackle. Oh, the quarterback.
No, the quarterback. The tackle's in that vicinity where he can't be wrong. Because he's
Yeah,
flat
you
on
got
the
a
right.
good advantage here with a quarterback. I know they're great athletes too, but
Look at that. Now that's an all-pro, great athlete, Simeon Rice right there. Look at that fucking guy. We shouldn't. And we're gonna get 15 more. I know we're gonna. In our league, if you even touch the quarterback anywhere close to the sideline, boy, they'll get over here.
How does this, I know they're different players, but in
Back
terms
over
of
time, coach.
ability to lead the team with Elway,
Huh?
in comparison of his ability to win and lead the team with Elway, is there any or none?
No, always best out there.
Let me
When
ask
I
you-
was with Montana for 2 years in Kansas City, and he's in that moment. He and Elway are a step above this guy in all the things you have to do to win a game. But this guy's young guy too. This guy's got like 5 years. So.
When you call this thing, whatever it is, 18 force, possible naked, this left guard just doesn't seem to be grinding
I
to
think
really cover him up.
He's my robot now. He's my robot. Is trying to do everything we tell him to do, and in doing it, he don't know what the hell he's doing.
A guy who just looks as though he's blocking naked.
I agree.
They have no idea they're nakeds. They block.
They should
they
not have
block
known
them.
right there. They should not have known right there. Now, am I gonna say that they didn't call naked in the line? I don't know. I can't swear to that, but I know that wasn't what we had in mind. Still not happy with these. I'm just not happy with these.
can you go silent with motions like this? Tight end here, motions over across. then
That's
the
why you
quarterback-
see him a lot of times just sitting, because we're on the road, and the quarterback's waiting till he gets to a certain place to tell me ready, and then I go ready, go, you know.
Yep.
So they gotta just sit down, and you know, I can't see. You know, it's just, but it's better than jumping on sides and getting second.
Once the quarterback says ready, the center go really whatever he wants, and he's got to recount anything or do
See his
anything.
helmet right there, that's pretty much it, right there.
It's amazing they'll call you for rocking into the play.
Yeah, it does, it gives him help, it does give him a little help.
Yeah, does he,
It bothers the shit.
does he always go left with his
You
head?
know, I don't know that. I almost asked that the other day at a meeting, and I never got around to it.
How does every time he's gone left, he's gone right? His head's gone left, his body's gone right, so I want to see if
Okay.
he's helping himself.
We don't practice enough of people being up in his face where he's gotta jump and slide, you know. We do it too vanilla. We protect them too much in practice. I don't mean collision, I mean, we don't give them a hard
Just don't
shot.
have people there.
You know, it's always been amazing to me in pro ball, the quarterback coaches coach for perfection. Like, confidence is perfection. Where in the running game, we practice everything as if it's,
Yeah.
what's the hardest thing I can get lined up here, because that's exactly what I want. Isn't that amazing how the difference in the two, because like, they come out of here and say, goddamn, boy, we're ready to throw the ball this way. I'm like, you fucking didn't do nothing. Jesus Christ. How'd you get ready that way? Look, you gotta get the jump around and move now.
Now, fake 18-19, is that telling you to make it? That we're fake in front of 18-19?
Yes.
So that's,
Fake tells me it's fake with keeper, or fake with naked, or fake with slide, and each one of those means something to different people, like not my guys. It doesn't mean anything to my guys. They just need the digit, which way we're faking.
This is what you don't want here. Right?
I'm sorry?
That is what you don't want here.
I don't want the center doing that right there. I mean,
No, I
I
mean-
got big ass problem.
Your quarterback getting hit like this.
I don't
On
make
purpose.
sense to me. That makes no friggin' sense to me.
So you only like, you don't like the true naked passes then?
Yeah, I like the nakeds, I just don't like the slides. Because it takes the slide guy so long to get back there. If there's anybody up the field, he has no protection, right? Now, these are slide keepers.
Right. So you
So these are different to me, because now he's protected on the edge. Shit, well, I'll take all that, I can get. You put him out there like that, and how can he be wrong, right? He can throw to that one, he can throw to this one, or he can run the ball. That to me makes sense.
that's,
Now, I know that's a line coach looking at a world that he don't know, okay? And I don't mean to sound like I know, but I know I've run more fucking keepers than all these coaches upstairs all added up together in 23 years. Fuck. I don't know. I guess I just look at it differently.
so you're into keepers and keeper slides.
Yes. I don't mind true naked, because he'll open and he'll get his head around. And I love the toss crack stuff, where he runs
How
down.
about when you're running nakeds with any sort of overhang on that backside?
Nervous. It's being nervous.
You don't check out of those?
No.
This is.
See, this I understand, this makes sense to me. Because I'm sliding and getting a deep one, and the quarterback on the edge, boys, if I lose here, shit, we're bad if I lose right there. That's like Steve. That makes sense. But these are my favorite of all, these tosses.
how do you like the toss run play?
You know, we were Denver, we really made it go. We've struggled here, but now we got some young wideouts. I think it's getting ready to come on.
It's crack, crack.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
see, to me, I've given him a better chance doing what I'm doing over here. Would you all agree or not agree? I mean, I don't, you know, you better tell me what I want to hear. I ain't changing whether you like it or not. But what 83's doing right there makes sense to me, because now I've given him a chance to do whatever he wants to do. And when I do that, good things are gonna fucking happen. It's when they get up in his face before he's ready that have been the ugly ones, correct? I mean, is that what I'm seeing on film?
Yes.
That's what I've seen on, in this, not here, I've seen it for my whole career like that. It doesn't make any sense.
So then what's the rationale you get back for doing it the other way then?
Guys, put it on the fucking film and let's look at it. And you tell me that these are as good as these. Just tell me. And when you get them together, let's sit down and let's decide what we're doing.
Then
You
why-
tell me that other shit is working,
Right.
where we're letting guys up in his face, that don't make no sense.
Then
All
why,
I see are play after play the other way. Is that what I'm saying?
Right.
Or am I making that up, right?
Right. So that's what I was just wondering, what is the justification for the other thing?
justification to run naked?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we all got opinions and we all think things, you know. It's just, you know, I did this with Shanahan all the time. You know, he had to have 4 different slides in every fucking week. And I'm like, God damn. Show me where they work. I know one thing. If I keep those guys off that guy right there and I give him space and crossers and people to come back and whatnot, something good's gonna happen. Elway was the same way. He wasn't as fast as this guy. No way. But shit. He made it good right there. Look at this old puppy right there. Now, he didn't need to go out of that pocket, right? That look right there.
How much of this, go back just on this for me, Coach. How much do you do any of this of now, of calling it a pocket? Right here, fake the top, I mean, like in this particular look,
we
we're gonna
have
have a
the
pocket
ability-
right here.
We do
and
have
now
the ability
add more
to
of a
call
drop
it
back
so that we can throw it back over to that segment.
Where it's a pocket.
And there's a term then. that,
Do you block that any differently than you
I
would this?
don't, I just tell them to soften up a little bit and hold on because it's gonna be a while. So when I drop step and attack, I'm a little more under control when we use that term.
Square the line, square the line of
Just take
scrimmage,
your
not
time,
as much.
just take your time, just take your time. Don't be in a big hurry and let's don't sell the run quite as much because at some point they're gonna realize something's up and then you better have some body control left. And we've had some success with that. Oh, I got mine just dropped right out of his hand there.
He can freaking move that ball now.
What's that?
That ball gets out of hand fast.
How about on one of these edges when he runs his toss keep? Look at that. God, man. Now you're talking what you're saying. See, he's got potential throwback ability, coverage.
Well, I just think in
deep
coverage, you know, especially with him, and we talked about that the other day, the naked, everybody turned naked dropping, and they're giving up drop back coverage to the
Right.
field, back to the
Now,
field.
we run that pass as a pull-up, and we also run that pass as a 7-step drop that sits under the guard tackle.
Okay.
It's pretty good for us. It's not as good as Denver's. Denver's is much better than ours, but their throwers are thrower right now. Step back there.
Touch that
Should he
fullback
get out?
get released.
I guess he felt like the guy tackled him, he couldn't get out of there, he had to throw the ball away. Let's take a look here. Big little problem there, doesn't he? He can't get off this one to get out. everybody wouldn't bite. You'd think that would bite with that backer coming, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Mm,
We got this LSU on one of our nakeds, that's exactly what we got.
same thing.
Man on man outside, tackle step down, 2 outside was, if you're running it, hindsight, you're running the ball, you get nobody got defender.
Leave her pretty there.
I tell you, not releasing the ball here.
He may have a full-time call there. Here's a wheel, so this will be a throwback guy. So this tight end would not leave. Now we're trying to catch up man to man on that. Don't get it, so we have to keep it. Get out of bounds.
These would be tighter.
These are tight zones. He's threw a bad ball there, because he got put something to it right there.
Who's this kid, a quarterback?
Schwab, a kid out of Virginia, he'll be a good player. He's in year, going into year 3, and then we'll have to trade him, because we can't get paid too, this league and stuff like that, with this salary caps.
Same thing, the right tackle.
Same thing. That's something that's wouldn't bite. That's twice that guy's gotten. No play there. Looked like he had something there. This thrills every one of them, as you can tell.
Yeah, he moved pretty good.
I don't know, it's anything revolutionary, it's just, I think, the different philosophy, and after you finish the deal, that's all I try to judge is what actually took place, what actually took place, not in the practice drills, but in the real stuff.
do you have any other break, contain, play action passes, boot, waggle type stuff?
Greg is a big believer in that. He taught me a lot about what you're, but this has become a big system of how to deal with four either way. Where gun or regular, I mean, it could be any way, it could be any way. It could be that guy there, him not there, him over here, where these stay and they go by, so that you have four picked up here and four picked up over on that side.
True slide, yeah.
And it is different than normal turn. Because normal turn, the back has to come back over here for number 3, because we go number 4.
So your back's responsibility is a big man principle at the tight end. Gap, back filling off of him.
Right.
The inside, outside, penny
So
at 9.
if the tight end's in the route, then he's got to help one side or the other, because I can't go by this one. So you'd have to come, so we can't do this, so we got to go over here. So,
Dual read principle for the back in that case.
yeah, now the problem comes with 2 over here. You know, when 2 come over here, the tight end's in the route, you got no way to convert it. It's got to come up. That's pretty standard stuff. The thing that we're doing that I like is that pocket scheme, where he's motioning and then he sits down like that. So now you're in pocket where you declare this one, and they have this one and this one, or forward by calling each other over, so they can handle it like that. That's been very good for us.
What are you on now, Coach?
Starting with a Mike principle.
Play action?
It's usually nickeled, so I take the backer to the side of declaration, so I know what the digit is and tell
And
them.
then they're 2 off, they're basically backer off of him. And then they can adjust to get
They
forward.
adjust. One brings the other one over, what we call safety call. So if there's a guy down here, okay, and they know this one's coming, and they want him to come over here, because we're going over there, and then they'll safety it over this way. Or if they think this one's coming, then he'll safety over to that one, and we're going to the other one. So
You start a true 4-3 box, centers on the middle.
in
of
pocket,
it.
right.
And then basically if they get 4 weak, backs will adjust, centers
Right.
not
Now,
changing.
we do this, and this is cutting edge stuff, which is changing in our league because of all the 3-4 principles. You know, we are responsible anytime for that edge in pocket protection. So that is our side, and he has this check to the route. So, because we never put that guy on that. So if you had no tight end, you had one of the edge, you turn the finger.
Put it on one of the head. Now, can you flip that with the edge, depending on who that rusher is?
You can do that too, but generally speaking, if they have 2 of them and we have 2 edges, we do it over here too.
Hit it center big one-on-one.
Well, we don't like it, but we don't want the back on the outside guy if there's no tight end over. If there's a tight end over and we don't fan it. So we'd sit it in here like this and he'd take that because we don't think that guy will get there fast to that side. And that's been pretty standard system. And in gun, we'll put him here and step him over there to keep it, so they don't know which way we're sliding. We do that a lot of times. But the young guys that can't learn all these protections, it just surprise them. Look back, it's just not fair to them because they come out and very few of them have switching sides and they want to read one guy and go. You can't do that anymore. Not with all these other dogs. You just can't do it. And we can't. It's hard.
You had any empty stuff?
Not near as much as we did at Denver. It's 2 minute, it's catch up, it's everything at Denver. So I was 8 or 10 snaps a game.
What was your protection on that?
We keyed the protection to a rule for that week. Sometimes it'd be the bubble, because that's where most of the problems come. Sometimes it'd be a particular linebacker. And when we key one side, we declare which way we're going. The quarterback knows that we picked up that one, but anything over here, we don't have it picked up. I like that when extend motion and create. I don't like it pre-aligned, because defensively, I think they can make a check and get you there.
So they motion
I
out.
like to start as a back there, and then motion them out. Because then they don't know it's there. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, that's-
And I'm not saying it's the perfect quarrel, but, I mean, they start calling stunts and they start calling blitzes, and, you know, the minute we go up there, when they go the other way. And Denver does it all the time. I mean, it's, they believe in the width of the system. Sometimes their quarterbacks be good at it, but overall, that's tough on those linemen. God damn. Whew. But- And then some people end up starting empty and motion back the back to do it the other way, you know.
Get them in their empty check and then go on the line.
Or protect. You're sliding.
Get it to close.
And I think you have to do everything. I mean, I don't think you want to ever say, you know, you don't want to have the ability to do a lot of these different concepts. But we'll go in with 5, 6, 7 protections. Get it. Let me go up here and see if I can get somebody to tell me what this number is. I'm very good down there. We want another room down there.
On the force,
It's off arc, right, because the tight end's moving all the time. And it was pretty good out in the field. See how the linebackers don't know how to react to that, right? They don't know whether to play drop or pocket. Do you agree with that? I mean, they're trying to roll back to handle them. And say you got second level players. See, he went for the big one and he had the crosser coming across here as where he really should probably.
What's this up front for you?
I'm sorry?
Up
This,
front?
this is cell front for me, and I've got to handle 1 and 2 on the line of scrimmage because the tight end's going to release.
Center's going front side?
And the center is going to try to sell off the back. That's not near aggressive enough. That is not going to do it. And I know what he was worried about. He's worried about Mike getting away from the call. See, he's worried about that.
Tailback's on 58.
Tailback has 58 or Sam on the ball
Mm-hmm.
or strong safety.
So you're really comboing, you're really in this case, back, you're here, these two are here, man, it's back.
Right. But it looks like what we've been doing in the run, right? I mean, it fits into this groove.
Except they're roll off three.
If you want one side or the other, you know, screen.
One more time on the other.
The other one or this one? You want wide angle?
No, I'm good with this.
Left guard needs to sell more.
You hot off a 4-week here?
We'd be hot off 4 week, but we tell 28. If you feel there's any threat back there with the safety down to a corner on the line, go back. Abort and go back.
And it just becomes a drop back.
And then it comes a drop.
28's, we're looking for that Sam outside.
Yep. Okay, now these are the half rollbacks that everybody's doing in the league. We do them out of every formation. I like them all except the nickel. I don't like the nickels. See, the linebackers struggle here too. They don't know for sure
They
if
should
this
be
is
running
keeper
naked.
or, this is what you were talking about,
Yeah,
right?
if they're running to naked or if they're
Yeah.
playing drop back
Yeah,
pass.
Exactly right. So there's some cracks in here. That tight end is wide open right here, my friends. Oh, my goodness, get it in there, get it in there. Oh!
this is Arizona State's deal here.
This is Arizona State. Tackle's he's got the zone principle, right? He's looking at 55. Left tackle.
left tackle and the fullback have the end to 55, whichever comes
I'd rather
inside and
John did
outside.
When you,
I'm sorry?
for us, who'd I'd rather?
Put the tackle on
Put
the
the
end and put
tackle
the
on
back
the
on.
end, because we'll run
Put the
we'll
back
run the
inside.
inside zone play that way with the
That's
back
the way
inside.
we did in Denver, we call that man.
Yeah.
And Pass 16 does not tell us that. It tells us we're in combination back there. That's the way they teach it, because they teach it out of a tight end off, two tight ends, an open formation. I mean, they teach it out of everything. So they got a route for everything.
Arizona State's tight end's always backside.
Where this is great, are these teams that want to play, like you're talking about Florida State, because they get no drop levels, right? They get no drop levels with the linebackers because of the fakes. So, you know, you should have some big plays in this.
The only thing
This
this,
is a pick
the
here.
only thing this is really screwy out is to try to, how this really incorporates to the gun. This is really off the same side ball handle.
Some of the zone dogs are a problem, they're problems.
You know what I'm saying, Danny? From the gun, this is a little, how much play action they, it's the, now under front like this with back around ball, this is something that you're not fond of putting that tailback on him right now.
Well, to the tight end side, we have no choice. But to an open edge, we do not do that. We fan it and he go inside. You don't want this matchup. You know, you're asking for trouble with this matchup. But if I drop step and fan out, it don't look like a run either. So we do one way to a tight end side, one way to the other. You know, as best we can. Left guard shouldn't have left there either.
You like this kind of concept here, though?
I like it. I think it gets too watered down when we get into pass rush situations. I don't like it then. I like it mixed with first and second down.
Right.
He likes to put three wides on and run this stuff, and now that they're in a pass rush mode, and the fake to me is irrelevant. But we've had some success with it, so I mean, I'm learning as I go too. You got a match problem over there. Sorry.
Oof, God, he took a shot.
He took a shot. I couldn't have fanned this anyway with the guard covered. You know, I couldn't have fanned it. He's a tough one. I will tell you that. He ain't afraid of nothing. Not a very big guy. He's very tall. He's
We recruited him when we were at
a
Syracuse.
short 6 footer.
Yeah,
Short 6
I was shocked. I was shocked on his size when he came up to our place.
Boy, he could use.
His brother's bigger than him.
Yeah. It is kind of great work ethics. Players respond to him. I think it's all in front of him. But I think you gotta fit your system to him. That's why we're always trying to find new ways to do things to help him be all he can be too. But there is a little measure there. Is it drop back? Is it spin back? You know, they have a little problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, just the backers running, turning, and looking for crosses.
They aren't sure which it is for just a second.
Seems like
But
it's-
everybody in the league is doing so much of it. So now we're gonna run it to the top. So we would fan that, you see, because we wouldn't put him on, and now we had to. Left tackle on too wide.
Running backs on the inside backer to safety.
Yeah, he's going inside backer safety.
Seems like you need a couple of these in a game. You know,
Arizona State's cut up, you're gonna see. It's tremendous. I mean, the number of deep balls they completed.
There's some shit coming on here. This is a bear front with blitz.
See, the thing I just watched him, like we said, is that tight end blocking him. That defensive end's kind of caught the same way. Is it naked? Is it not?
Yeah.
So he's not just beating the shit out of the tight end. It's not a one-on, pass rush guy.
We have one
That's where
tight
he's-
end
I
that's
think
pretty
that's
good
where
pass
the
blocker.
keepers-
He
those
can't,
keepers help.
can't run downfield, so everybody has one of those in our league, and then you have one that's an athlete, and then whatever your third is usually you don't have three, sometimes you only got two in the game. That's all you got. You got a whole bunch of one-on-ones going on right here. It's got deep right there. There's a whole bunch better than ours. It's just hard to hold out all these pressures, because, you don't know whether you got time, because these all end up being 7-step drops, I
Yep.
mean,
Yeah.
no matter how you cut it, by the time you get set and get turned like that, you're gonna be back at 8.5, 9, and you gotta wait a little bit with hitches to let it all clear, and, can you hold up? That's the hard part.
Well, do you think it helps more than just being in a regular drop back protection of giving you more
Yeah.
time?
Yeah. I think it's a marriage between the two, between the keeper and the drop back. Like I say, we would fan that side, because there's no tight end. We can't fan the other side, we can't go both. And now we're doing with the back staying in, so now you're really getting itchy here. You got a back on both sides here with the tight end and all three wides going out. This is stuff that makes me nervous. He's waiting on deep things there. Do you think really the right guard and right tackle could sell it any more than that and be
Nope.
safe? Huh?
Nope.
No. I mean, you go any harder than that, you get ready to get yourself in hot water. So you'd say, well, it ought to be gone. Yeah, it ought to be, but fuck, they get to play coverage too over there. Backbreaker, backbreaker.
Seems like at times the line really comes off the butt. Doesn't seem like the quarterback in the back though would give you much of a, doesn't seem as hardball by the quarterback in the back to me.
No, I don't think it can be, because he's gotta get set up and start making his reads, and we're gonna cave in eventually. It's gonna, when they realize it's not a run, it's gonna turn into a rather hostile process.
Shit snoring.
It is hard.
See, there's Arizona State's tight ends on the ball backside all the time.
We try to, but we can't do a one tight end system and do that because we're keeping our best player, you know? So we tried to find what other ways to do it, and this is the way we've done it with both backs, you know, and that isn't always fair, you know?
We just gotta cut them and they're more of a two receiver wing over here, so they'll take care of that. Backs on 4 strong. Just the way they did it. Just a straight drop back up.
Let me see. I think the back is
What's
aborted.
the gap?
I think the back is aborted here. He was supposed to go right, and he saw this coming back here, see how he just aborted. and
Quarterback's out of it too.
Yeah, he just drifts away. He takes his drop back and drifts away, so he gives the back a little more room to work with. I just don't know how long this is gonna be where we can do this at a consistent enough rate to say, you know. You hope you can, but that ain't easy.
So you got as many plays out of the naked keepers, or the keepers rather.
I think you're right, but, you know, I think he will only get better in this phase as the two young wideouts really come on. But I think we've been better when we got a tight end in there. Does everybody agree with what they're saying?
Yeah.
And then, you know, his decision making is gonna have to speed up, of course. You know, his clock's not going fast enough for all this shit right now.
Right.
That ain't my area, so I try to bite my tongue, but you're gonna run out of time here now. It's gotta go right in here right in here, we just gotta go somewhere. Or it ain't gonna be good. Gotta get into that thing, get under that thing. All right, I guess those big boys.
What?
I'll float my boat right there.
But yes, we do it. Is it good? No. Needs improvement, but I think it will improve. It's kind of thing, I think it's so hard that you gotta take some time in that. I mean, you don't learn to do that stuff,
Right.
so you work it. You're not gonna put it off for next year and think it's gonna be better, because it's gotta be worked. It's just gotta be worked and cleaned up, and everybody knows the little pieces of what we got.
Right.
All right, what do we gotta get, what do we want to get down to such a small thing? We'll carry 1 run and 2 passes, and that's all we have. We only had 3 running plays and 4 pass plays in goal line in the entire season. With 20 games.
Are they stretch oriented, or are they totally different?
No, it's all stretch. And we just use
You
the
don't
term-
run gap schemes, right?
We call it double force, so that this guy follows. He has that force element, he has that force element, we take the back off, 60 foot. So we're still running wide zone with an edge blocker and a force blocker. That's in every week, and then occasionally we'll take him across and still run it single force. But everything in that 4 minute, everything in that short yardage all comes out of that. And by far, best short yardage is to move our tight end and run release.
2 tight ends.
Either way. Sometimes we're better off with a hold off wide out and the tight end, you know, something like that than we are the, but you do need to block the back edge. You need to block the back edge because they'll be unsound. And if you don't block it, you won't make the 1 yard, 2 yards, you see, because they'll make you play from the backside.
And 2 back.
Yeah, we're almost always 2 back in short.
So the starting point for you is some concept of force.
Force release or with release, open edge has more opportunities because the 3 technique will generally play to the strength side. So, you know, we probably have a better chance of being, if we were in 2 backs, 2 tights, of coming like that and running release into this segment because this segment has more softness in the defense setup here. Now, we always have the ability to still run force, arc, and release over that side too. But this has been the most consistent.
Do you run much tight zone down there at all, or is?
We do tight force zone, but that's all. That's all. Because we need the 8 pad, so we can't do it out of 1 back.
Always going for tight force wrong.
I don't think we're running enough keepers at short yardage. Because I think the more he's on the edge, the more he's going to convert those things. And we don't match up as well when the bodies are coming this way, because we can't stretch them, you know, because they pinch on us in short yardage. So I like to find edges as best I can. Hold off the wide.
Can we go through, just, not to beat it up to death here, but can we go through like just the different fronts, tight end side trips?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just kind of making sure there's, you know, sound our approach to blocking those.
So we're talking,
Yeah. Yeah.
our base concept here would be box and safety with over systems. So any player off the ball belongs to that guy because he is outside the box. And if he's up on the ball, then he's a part of the box. Out here, he's out of the box. So a lot of times this is a third, our fullback or our tight end, and not our wideout, because that's the overload. Now the way we read it is this: if it's double high, then we'll leave it on over here, because we don't think that'll ever blitz with double high. But the minute we start seeing that at all from either one of them, not just both of them, either one of them, then we go that way. So basically, this could come out of this front, right? It could come out of those concepts,
Right.
or it could come out of over front with that backer out there. Or they could leave the backer out there with the strong safety. Well, that's safety down, so we're coming this way, right? And if we ever get a bear, we always run weak.
You could have 7-man box over here.
Yeah, I got too many over here, no matter which way. we
So
set
if you have
it.
7-man box, 4 down, 3 birds, and you're gonna go the other way, how are you gonna go the other way in 1 back? 4 down, 3 birds.
We always have that person.
Aren't you
He's
missing one?
blocking late support.
Aren't we missing one guy though? If they put the safety down,
Over here,
if they put the strong safety
the
down,
backer here,
3 backers in the
Mike's
box.
in there.
Yeah, so if you go weak side right now,
Mhm.
You're just gonna take those, okay. You're all right with those blocks right there?
Well, I know that odds are that they're gonna be more kicked than that, but, you know, you just gotta live through that. You gotta live through that and have, create some alley and running lane, get the back to the line of scrimmage and count on him to get you 2, 3, 4. And then every now and then he comes out for 14. You know, that's just the way. But you can't come out -2, or you don't run the play anymore.
And you consider that backer, his parameters are what, within a tight end framework? What point is he ours? Yeah,
Well, if he's there and that one's down,
yeah,
then I don't wanna come over here, cause,
right,
you know.
that's done.
Yeah.
But what if he's what if it's a too high shell and he's kinda in the
Okay.
hip?
Okay, where is he?
Yeah, in the hip,
This
outside hip
guy
of the
comes
end.
up, he comes up and declares, and we basically tell him if he's outside your body frame, off the ball, he's not yours. Because this is an easy pin block, when we're playing outside leverages, that's perfect set for us.
Yep.
That's what we do. We start with some width here, but he motions on his own if he has a problem. We bring him down. So 2 high shell, we're gonna take it over there. And any single shell, wherever the single is, we're going away from that one.
Fair
We
defense.
throw a lot of trips drop back, and it's been very good for us, because there's so many good things you can do. You can have the 8-man front pickup, you can have, I mean, you got them all, because you got all the,
You like the throw game out of trips?
they do. I mean, I don't, that in my world, so I don't get in that. I know that every week it's in, so I'm going, well, I better carry a trips run, you know? Because I don't want this thing to turn into, when we're in this, it's always fast.
Will Bear come back to that side?
Bear always goes weak to us. We've been very good at that. It's just, generally speaking, it's because in the middle, in trips, if they lined up this way, it doesn't matter which way they played it. We think that the mic plays more strong to trips, even in a balanced backfield set. So we think we have a chance to get him going that way where we don't going that way. It's just our gut feeling. I think it probably is right. You know, but.
You like this set, Coach?
Yeah, we can run, you know, we can run 2 runs and 4 passes, and that's enough.
What do you like better, 2x2?
Oh, yeah, I'm more balanced, and I can move my tight end, I can do all that, or if you let me move it out of this, then I can play here, because this to me is, this is my world right there. Let's get on into this.
Right.
So if I start in trips and create double, then they don't know when I started, what I'm doing, right? They've got to call what they saw. So, I like that stuff. Now,
So
what
that
personnel's on the field, is it nickel, is it base?
Right. That movement of that guy and that combination block is big, man.
It is.
I mean, it's
And
really big.
I'm gonna, that and that backside guard on those triple schemes are my number 1 and 2 projects up front in this all season, because I saw remnants of us not coaching as well in that phase as we should have. And we're gonna clear that up, Tackle can't stay as long if nobody comes down. If somebody comes down, we're fine. But we don't know when to leave right now, and I gotta get that.
How much does, your coaching up front change in tight zone in terms of their demeanor up front, their targets, their demeanor? We didn't really talk about that, What's your targets?
I think everything changes. Our guard takes his lead step the same, but he never crosses over with his back foot. So his back foot comes down straight. So if I'm a bubble guard and I'm at G, I'm 1 step and I'm up.
Right.
Even faster than yours were on some lights. I mean,
Right.
I'm 1 and up. So every one of those, if I'm a center working, I'm 1 step and up, because the ball's gonna bend behind. And 90% of those zones, those tight zone plays.
How about covered?
Do I have help or not help? I mean,
Help. You covered guy with help coming. What's my
okay,
target?
I'm in a tighter landmark
Which is?
than outside shoulder and inside fist. I'm gonna get as much as I can, thinking in terms of turning them out, not hooking them in. I want that read locked out, because I want the ball behind him. I don't want the ball in the front side of the 2. Now, if he pinches, I got no choice, right? But I don't want to encourage the pinch because I widen.
Is the play side number a good target, or is that too wide?
It may be a little wide. You know, we talk about the eye in one and the shoulder in the other. That's just kind of the way they learned them as a system. So, but it bothers me when they widen so much that the back has some penetration and he wants to roll back, and there's just that little bit of something that bothers him. I just drives me nuts. Then our backside scheme is where most of it changes.
Right.
Our backside scheme has two concepts. And I don't know how you all teach this, but because this is where we like to roll back. This is where we want to start it here and get it back there. That's what we're looking for. And then this one hits that force element outside in. Okay. Our next concept here is, where is the backer's location? If the backer's lined up here, okay, our guard steps inside foot, outside push, and we work together. We step on the inside foot first, and then outside foot, and we hit him together, and we read where he goes. We don't know whether he's going to hang, because he's going to read this too, right? He's going to see this and start slowing down. Okay. If he's on the inside location, we change him. And we step off that foot and leave immediately. We call that bounce.
Which foot, coach?
It's near foot.
Oh, you do?
Near foot.
You near foot and A-gap backer?
A-gap backer.
Really?
So you go left foot, right, in that case, you go left foot, right
Left
foot.
foot right now and leave. Go. Stop that run through. Pin the man down. Pin the man down. The back comes up and he pre-reads that 7. He knows right now, if his read tells him out, you take that son of a bitch all the way back there. But you must start with the same crossover read, reading the 5. As soon as that 5 does not pinch, you get your ass behind the backside 7. If he's in a backside 9, we're going to man it inside out, and we're going to tell you to press the hole into that crease. And if you get behind the 9 and you can get behind the safety, get all the way behind the safety. Because that's been the big ones through the years. And it all comes with that technique of that guard on the backer here and the backer there. And we basically say it's not on you, it's not a gap, it's inside the 3 or outside the 3. If he's sure, he's inside.
So if he's inside, you take that outside foot, just put it up and down?
And I'm bouncing off of it. I go boom, boom, I leave right now. Because the back tackle now is pinning. He's drive blocking and pinning the shit out of it.
Right. Now, do you shoulder block with, like that guard? Is he coming up with a shoulder? How do you teach that?
Well, the way it was taught with me is you take your flipper and you use it to flatten your approach. Because the A-gapper that scares you is the one that runs that
Right.
crack, okay? And you can't let this hold you. So the way we had to get off the grab was to hit it and ricochet. In Denver, they call it Rico, ricochet. Because he has to push himself sideways, and then when this guy hits the 3, he caves the whole fucking thing down to the point that nobody factors there. Then the runner can trust that lane that he's going into. But now we tell this guy, hey fucker, you better get these son of bitches moving now. You better don't cheat this. When you get the ball, it's when it all has to happen. But that means no penetration right there.
Right.
It's got to be. Center to a shade. We don't hook that. We drive block that son of a bitch, lock your backhand, don't get your feet knocked back.
Now, that's my question I'm gonna get to right now. A-gap backer, shade nose. You don't worry about zone pressures and going.
Can't worry about it. Can't
So
leave it. Can't leave it.
So that guard, you talk center, shade, nose, front side. Your left foot in, your ricochet possibly back to the nose.
We
coming
got a
over top.
chance that the two of us could do this without meaning to, right? So I've hit it and I started there and that gets in there, that we could end up this way and do the best we can with that. But generally speaking, the ball shouldn't go back there because this should pinch if that's occurring. That ball should go outside the 5.
Center's gonna basically step and
It does,
ricochet
he's in
himself
an
back to
awkward
the well.
fucking situation, and this bounce guy's the one that's gotta hit him. That's why we always talk about getting flat in the bounce step, getting flat. You can always go up. What you can't do is get up, and then the fucker starts running by you. I've been caught in that spot so many times, it just drives me crazy.
You don't bump the nose ever with the right guard or
No.
Right.
Unless we seek out. If he's closer then, because we don't want the ball over there anyway.
So that's not ever really.
Worst thing we can do is pound it down, and he goes in that fucking hole. he's going against everything we're trying to create. Big plays come out this side.
Right.
And I will say this, if you took the last 12 years, the tight zone out of this formation has averaged higher per carry and better efficiency and longer runs than the wide.
Out of
I
double
would never
tight.
have believed that. And it
Why,
happens
Coach?
year after year after year after year, because the big one happens when he gets on that side.
So the footwork and landmark of the back.
No different. Inside leg of the tackle, open step, cross it over, take the ball, read the 5. As soon as the 5, get your eyes inside. If there's anybody moved over, read it inside out. So that one is this one to that one.
Right.
Or he goes in to that one. But that's your read there. Now when it's here, your read starts with the 5, because you got to handle that zone though right there. You got to handle that.
Let me ask you, knowing what you teach the guard backside, you go front side with a G scheme where the nose is farther, is closer to the guard than he is to the center front side. If you're teaching this, like in my world, we run this play. Would you teach that front side guard the same thing you teach the backside guard with that kind of ricochet?
To bounce from the nose to the mic.
A G to a Mike.
If you're going,
You could,
You're
but now
looking at-
now you're into a funny club over here by this tackle, right?
that's why, if you're looking at this, does that become, right now it's this and it's a bump. We work as a bump to that nose being his to the mic. And that's why my question, you were being that.
If I'm ever see
Because-
stepping, which is what that is, I try my damnedest never to cross that nose's face as a guard. What I try to do is pull that nose out, because I don't want that ball over there.
Pull him out.
Pull him out. Take a tighter path. Let the center climb to that one.
But you still go right, left.
No,
Can't.
no, I'd step with my
Can't
inside
based on
foot.
what he's saying, right?
No,
You
I
gotta
would
go-
step with my inside foot, because I
Which is
want to
different.
secure him out.
But it's kind of the same as teaching.
Yeah, oh, it's the
See,
same as that.
My back is already pre-reading that. I don't have that cut because I didn't even cut it. My back is going to pre-read that. And the minute he sees that 7 on that backside, he reads 5 to cut back, 5 to cut back. And we don't run it enough. I mean, we make a mistake not running the play more. And we say that every freaking year.
Coach, how does it, when you get in two tights and they play with a hard 7 technique backside,
Mhm.
I mean, you gotta have a bitch of a tight end then, right?
Well, I don't think, y'all are more concerned about that than I am. What I tell the guy to do is you put your hat across his face and lock your back hand and hang on. Don't get knocked back. You don't have to knock him anywhere, just don't get knocked back. Because if your feet come back, that's when the back gets fucked up, because the time he gets back there, he's getting pretty close to your butt. And so I just say lock it and drive it and watch the play backwards the way it's called.
So you wanna start it to the white, to the one technique side and let it
Exactly
bend back,
right.
even if, what if there's an overhanging player outside that 7 right there? You know,
The strong safety will be there all the time. He belongs to wide receiver.
Yeah,
He goes down and pins the shit out of it.
yeah.
Because with flow away, he doesn't force. Flow away, he sits with his feet. Because that don't make sense for him to force on a play going.
So you're just spilled to a corner.
So
and
he
you're
gets,
like-
jumps all the way to the top.
Yeah. You think good validity to that?
Yeah, I think I got enough years with that play to feel very secure at teaching it and knowing that I still wished when it was over, probably 10 out of the 12, I should have run it 10 more times.
And you don't run that much here, or you do?
We do, not enough though. We don't run it.
I wonder that off of a read, that formation with a shotgun read component,
It could be interesting. I just still don't know what we're gonna tell. I mean, we're gonna release it now, after hearing what I've heard from you, is that go off and then run it wide to the remaining one and let the off guy run the alley. And then the tackle's the chaser, so, yeah, could be. Could be. Hadn't really in my mind thought of it like that, but it could be. Yes, it could.
$60 million question is how many plays you can run,
I get 12, so that's all I'm
When
gonna
you
stop.
say, when you say 12,
Well, I have force, arc, and release before I ever fucking started, right?
So that's, force, arc, and release are three.
3 plays. Then I run a tight force, so that's 4, okay? So then I run strong zone, and then I run weak wide, okay? And then I run tight zone out of solo, and I run the toss crack, and I run the fox play, which I don't run it really, probably you do, but I run the fox play. I run some kind of reverser around every week, and then I have nickel 18 on top of it, so I call those different plays. I mean, when you finish, I'm just zone, and so that's why I got to have the keepers, I got to have the babies, I got to have something to hold the edge, because I'm not, that other stuff we're not doing. We don't have any more plays. We don't, and that covers everything we got. Now, we might stick one new nickel play in a week that we put in. We throw the throw and go zone, week, where the tackle tries to throw the end and go to the next level.
Yeah.
We try that about every 2-3 weeks. And we run a little sprint one way, draw back the other way. We carry that every couple of weeks, and run it once when it's in. So
Sprint draw.
Sprint draw.
that is unbelievable. Both to a tight end and to a backside, its numbers have been fantastic here for 2 seasons. But it's been fantastic because we don't beat it up.
Huge try, just, I want to make sure, because that's what I was going to ask you about a draw if you had one. That's,
Well, the throw and go draw is a nickel draw out of trips, or usually out of trips, but it doesn't have to be. And we've done it out of gun, we've done it out of void. It's old run and shoot where we try to throw that one, you bring it to him, bend it back into that crease. You have no recollection of that stuff?
No, yeah, I've run that.
Indianapolis runs this shit out of it. And then if we get this, we go. It's been good for us. Really good. This last year was. And the sprint,
Term, but, well, this may be it here.
the sprint is, where we come here, and he comes back over here, and it can be a tight end or it can be an open edge.
What's that one? This spring. How's that?
He's got one here, we'll fucking take a sprint.
So these are a couple of shots a game, maybe once, twice.
Yeah, this is we run it in 2 minute all the time, we don't run it many other places. But I think it's stuck at the back of this reel, kind of like that last one that I couldn't find. This may be throw and go here. No. This is drop back draw. It always has a good average, but shit, it's run usually on desperation situations where you're looking for a mixer, right? Just something. So it comes out looking like we should have run it a bunch, but shit, there's some ugliness in there that just don't make any sense. I think it's going to be right in here. Ah, here we go, boys. Okay, let's go right here. That's what was amazing to see. This is run and shoot draw. So the left tackle's trying to throw 93 up the field and then come back and pin this. Does that make sense? And it's somewhat like a sprint, but not quite like a sprint.
what?
This is more it, closer to it.
This is close to it, except what we're talking about is using the back to really hold that in.
Yeah.
We've done it
Lock the end.
in gun, we've done it with the back offset, we've done it with the back straight behind, we've done it out of everything in the world. It was awfully good this last year. It's away from trips. Now the left tackle couldn't get him to widen, so he couldn't leave. So the center tries to get the same one. So they down block the guard, pop the center around the top, and kick it in the crack there. the tackle couldn't get him to rush. They knew something. Great job by the center here. We have two guys assigned to that one guy, because you don't ever know exactly what stunts you're gonna get knocked off in there. Again, he couldn't throw it.
Now the center's working a front side backer.
He tries to go to front side backer, but the left tackle is too, if he can throw him and get on him. So you don't know whether you're gonna have enough to get through it. Like this
Center
one.
gets their first tackle, tackle doesn't get the rush, he just compensates and
The
adjusts.
center has got to dodge that, because he doesn't know whether the left tackle can get off. Well, he couldn't here because the guy didn't rush. But it's fit pretty good on the zone dogs. I think this one is a zone dog where the tackle now goes back and pins. This is a big third down at the end of the game where we didn't have to punt the ball. There's a lot of little assignments right here that they've got to learn to fit them up.
Seems like this is taking a lot of coaching.
It does. We only run it one way because of that, so that at least the techniques, you know,
Yeah.
are not doubled up, because that kills us up front. But there's some big ass plays on this reel now that make you wonder, you know, maybe there's more of this than we think.
So that shade front side, you'll fold it.
We'll fold that. That's the rare place in this reel right here. This is how bad my center is as an athlete. This week. Right. You trying to.
Cool.
Not good and go on the edge. Not good play.
Are you fan that right now?
We ain't got enough, really. The guard was covered there. Good job of the center here now. See, he's able to get on him and that back gets back out here into this cut. It's good for us. And you can see why the tackle couldn't leave there, right? Just the way it worked. But the center's trying to get to the same one he's trying to get to, so.
What do you say to that tackle that know when to leave, when not to leave?
You know, I just think you feel it, you know, you just feel it enough to get it. Left guard was all out of kilter here, back made a pretty good cut. The left guard didn't give him a read here, boy, this is tough. He wants to invite him in, but he missed with his hands, so now he's back here and he's drifting, back's trying to run off of him, he can't get out of the way.
If that guard can't get him inside, just
Take
take
him out,
take him
you
where he
can't
wants to
get
go.
out, right. You can't mess with your hands that bad, yeah, crickets. Well, it's got a few plays that make you think you might better take a peek, huh? I mean, we don't teach the center to double that, so I think you're trying to pop it, and the center just can't get around, but who knows? But luckily, the tackle was able to throw. You never know for sure if that's gonna work. 7 will usually bring the crowd, but. Ooh, close, close. Come on, left guard, come on, left guard, close that up. Stop that penetration, we'll make something on that play.
So left guard gets a 3 and he wants to stay wide, just take and run him.
Take him on out.
You see that one back there? That last one more time.
Okay. So we just stepped around too wide, we had something here.
You're just gonna book on 36?
Got a book there. We got enough for that. Gotta get the open block. And here's that motion. Going one way, drawing back the other.
That's what we were in right there.
Isn't that amazing? How
This
that
one-
opens
this
up?
one
You
and
would
the
never
one
think
right
that would.
there.
But you do enough sprint. You see how that opens in that back lane?
It opens like a big dog. We ran this.
And we had some success both to a tight end, but you could overdo this play. You know, and once they started hiding back there, you do drop it.
This is an easy, to me, this is an easy play to run and it's open, you know, 6-man box play.
Now we're going back to a tight end. I mean, it's a good little back, isn't he? I mean, he's a very productive back, I think. Yes, that time. Nobody been over here this time. Look how they all hung back here this time. Oh, Lordy.
Where's the center working to on this?
Okay, we tell him start front, like sprint, and then go circle everything. You know, try to get on the backer to the side of the play. Start front, and then go back and get position, and don't choose who you got. Take the first one that looks ugly over there. Because you don't know how the rest of it's gonna wash out. You got no way of knowing. But that's got a good little ring to it. I mean, it's worthy, both those plays you can see are pretty worthy nickel plays, and we try to carry one or two of those.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna run them enough that you can carry them all, it's just you can't get them timed up, you can't get them where they register for you.
Right.
So there's, you know, probably, between the two, there was probably, what, 12 plays, maybe 15? And I'd say 10 of them were pretty good, you know, so. But I think that isn't the kind of play you can run more and get better at. I just think you have to decide how many ways can you do it. And I think if you double do that, you kill the line. Because there's too many little techniques. You know, if you do the sprint both ways and the draw both ways, and boy, I mean, up front, you just got massacred. Because now you got to go drill every one of those things. So to me, it's better to take the play.
The structure for you, coach, in practice, right? You're you know, when you, your normal, like a heavy work day for you, you know, to drill your stretch plays. How you drill them, like in individual combinations, half lines?
Okay, no. I'm gonna get into smaller groups as I can, and I'm gonna have as many 3-minute, 2-minute drills as I can have. And I'm gonna go pass, run, pass, run, and I'm gonna divvy up, if I got 20 minutes, I'm gonna divvy and try to get 7 drills. And I'm gonna take them from left to right, left to right, left to right, left to right, next one, whatever it is, that rapid fire, and I'm gonna get their heart rate so goddamn high in that 20 minutes, that by the time the rest of the practice is on, my guys are already at 140, 135, and they'll stay 130 the rest of the day. That's why I have no fat guys. And they get conditioned without me ever having to run them, because that's the way I drill them. And I coach the defense in all the drills, and I make it as miserable as they can fucking possibly be.
So get an example of like, I'm not understanding that structure, how you break it down. We get an example of, okay, you got all 5 of those guys right now. Okay, so they say, first period, the first drill period you have would be what? Your
Yeah, give me the centers and left guards, and we're gonna work C's to that player.
And where's everybody else?
They're on defense.
No, where?
The right guard and the 2 other tackles are over on defense. And I told them where to line up.
Shell.
That's all I got. I go out there with 10 guys.
Wow.
And it don't take me long now. So then we go that, and I'm gonna do a TE snap drill, pass. Then I'm gonna go centers, reaching noses. Now, that won't take me 1 minute, and I can kill those centers in fucking 1 minute.
So you go center, left guards, works and sees.
Right, now here's what I
Next,
try to
you
do
go right
mentally.
back to the
Here's what I
center
try
and
to
you
do
get
mentally.
it.
I describe the play, and I give them the technique, and I get the defense, and here we go. Boop, 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 boop. then the next time I start stunting, you know, the next day, it's another process through the whole deal. And now maybe I got 3 of them. Maybe I got these working triple, and all the tackles over here, and one linebacker, and if they ain't going here, they're going over there. So they're going pretty fast. So then I'm on to a pass drill, and I don't like to ever go run. I don't like that. I like to run pass because that's the way the game is. You throw a pass, you have a run. You run here, you throw a pass. Now I need every one of those techniques taught.
How much individual, like, you know, so you gotta say you're in a pass period, how much?
I steal them from everything. You know, they go do pat and goes. Fuck. Before we ever stretched, I done had 8 minutes of drills. I mean, the time I go to stretch, my guys are soaking fucking wet. And their heart rate is climbing. So the stretch for them is like, I'm gonna get to it. We go to special teams and I got 5 guys on it. I got 5 guys, here we go. We're right over there. And I take my list out there every day and I draw it up, you know, of the things that I want to do. That is the way it's taught. Now, the dumb players cannot transfer from the drill to the team, but eventually they can. They have to understand why you did the call and why you did the drill, right? You have to understand that. So you take them from one to the next, the next.
So for our scenario with, you know, we got scout team guys, we got more guys, John and I can take and we can go
I
right
split
side,
them up.
left side.
You got the left, you got the right.
and just
Now
work
somewhere
our
in there, the
heels.
tight ends and tackles are going, so now I'm working the center guards against
Yeah.
just the center and guard. So I got 2 over here, I got 2 right there. That's all I got. Goddamn.
When you predominantly go like center left guard, you're gonna pound them for 2 minutes. Then turn around and go pass through with the right tackle and right guard.
Could
Or
be.
you just grind the shit out of the center for say 10 minutes straight.
Oh, no.
So you kind of alternate
No.
who's doing the drill back and
Yeah,
drill
I
back.
flip it. I flip it as
Okay,
fast
that's
as
what
I
it
can. And I want it so they have to pay attention to the segment in the call. Segment in the call. What is it? Why do we do it? What's the play? It's force responded. It's released. It's arc. It's club arm. It's G. It's C. It's okay.
Yeah, I can see. I really had no idea you were at that finite numbers. I mean, I just don't know why. I just didn't think of it that way. You know what I mean? I'm not used to that.
And really, I guess ever since, you know, when I was in college, it wasn't that way because I had all those numbers, and I can remember I was always trying to divvy it up. You know, I was trying to have 2 guys do this. It don't matter to me. I mean, if I can grab anybody to coach guys, I just get them in smaller groups as I can get them to, and then
Yeah.
coach away. That's the way I was doing it.
You'll have that one group and the other's gonna work the center left guard. You're not gonna.
You give them every possible combination of.
I'm chopping or I'm grabbing. Okay.
Now you say that, like you say that C call, you're gonna put him in a G on a guard, back or inside. How many times you gonna do that? With that look, is it just one shot and they come back with a
No,
different
I
one?
get 2 each. I get 2 each to the right, then I'm going 2 to the left, and then I'm gone. And as I said, I make my list, and my practice sheet looks like a fucking disaster zone. But I spend more time on that than I do probably my scripts, because I have to get them where they play fast, and they understand that tempo is more important than anything else. And when I get through with that, they know how to go at a very fast pace. And so going from that to practice is just easy for me.
Drills that you've used for the back in the play, stretch play.
You know,
Freeze and out.
I don't do that. Every one of them have done it differently. Some of them do it as a ball handling drill. Some of them do it as a read drill. Some of them do it, I mean, I see them, but I don't go to their drills. I don't let them film my individual drills. And the reason I won't let it go out is because it is really how this all works. And so I've found that you can study the film, you can study all that, until you understand how fast that happens and how much good teaching is done right there. It's hard to put the package together. It's just almost impossible to figure it out because it's happening at a speed. Like now, Tom, I can already, he knows the calls, and he's ready for it, and he wants the drills. What are the drills? What are the drills? I said, well, then take every combination you got and split it down to 1 or 2 people, and that's the drill.
Right.
And I want it done as fast as it can, as furious as it can, without hurting them, on quick cadence, No fucking get lined up, go, let's go, let's go, let's get it. And go from run to pass to keepers to run to pass to keepers to, whatever it is. Now cut through. Now just have your lists impossibly where you couldn't possibly get through and cover them all. The next day, you do the ones you didn't do, and the ones they did shitty in practice is the ones you got to get done the next day.
You filming all that?
I film everything but my individual drills. I will not film those. I just have learned that that is really the secret to putting all those combinations and playing as fast as those guys are playing. Because those guys are not very good guys. I want to stay. They ain't very good. They ain't very talented. But they're playing hard. You can see that, right? I mean, you can see they're going fast. And they're going hard. They're throwing their bodies around, but they're out of control because they ain't very good athletes. But you can I can run the ball on everybody with, a little bitty older guy, and that guy's, shit, I know I'm on the right thing. I just got to get 7 more involved. And he already about breaks every record there is in rushing, so I know it's coming. It's just a matter of we got to pick the right thing. And I think you guys have given me that idea. I mean, I'm excited because I think you'll just fucking blossom.
Your mini camps you have in March, are they open?
You'd have to get permission through Greg and Greg Knapp, who's going to come down here with you. He kind of heads, that whole process, and then he'll get the secretary to get you a name tag, and sometimes they won't let you into the meetings, but they'll let you go to the field and in the drills, so you watch it. We do have a lot of college coaches here at times, but they don't always let them in these.
Because that's strictly in your meetings.
Just strictly because you don't have time for them.
Right.
It's too much happening, and the most important thing is the players. So it's taken away from what they do.
You'll be here in those?
Yeah, I'm there every day on those. And so there'll be Chris Dahlman plays a center at San Francisco, and he's been the assistant line coach here for 2 seasons, and will be ready for a job in another year. And Tom and myself and the tight end guy. So we'll have 4 guys divvying them up as fast as we can every day. And they do it. They get into it, and the players get into it, and they understand it.
Is that kind of standard in the league, or is that
I
kind of unique?
think it's a little faster pace than the people I see. But if you went to Tampa Bay, you'd be amazed at how fast they practice. And if I were you, I would not miss their OTA practices, because every time I've ever heard anybody discuss them that were there, they couldn't believe they could do fast. Now they run some of these plays, but I think the tempo of what you're doing is what is critical. To do this without hurting each other.
You don't talk, I've never heard you talk much about, obviously it's always on a stretch play, but, like pass pro technique and stuff like that, drop back pass pro technique.
I have, because of all the years, I have stolen ideas from every guy in the league, and mine is no different or any more unique than anybody else's there. It's survival for me. My guys on the edge are not very good players, and I can't hold them out long enough, and that's why we can't go to the next step, in my opinion.
You do a lot of individual technique in pass pro?
I do everything I can to help that with slide, 3-on-2, 2-on-2, combination stunts, and angles and kicks, and hand placements.
Are you a kick slide guy?
Yeah, but I'm not a motorcycle kick guy. I think you need to play light on your feet where those guys really beat the ground. But that doesn't mean them wrong and me right. I don't, there's probably half of us one way, half the other. But we can't survive without that. I can't win without a left tackle that can pass protect, and you can't either. Okay? And we're having to. And until we get one, we can't. It ain't Seven's fault. He needs help. But until I get, I can't help. I can run the ball up and down the field, but I can't hide the mismatch of him against a guy in space. I can in run by using all these little techniques and combinations, but I can't. How do I help him? I work really hard at it, but it's not anything I can solve with drills, because I don't believe it's like that. We work against their defense as many snaps as we possibly can get them, as live as we can get them. very competitive. But to say we're any better or different, I don't think so. Now, they're not very good up front on offense either, so they're struggling kind of like I am there. They can't get enough guys, so that's the way it is.
You run those Fox runs. Why do you run those?
Well, we fox pass,
That's why.
but our fox run is never onto the mic. Our fox run is onto the wheel backer.
Right.
So our back skippies over and goes to that one, because that's not a collision. So our guard has the mic for a reason, because we don't want that fullback hurt. You know, he's too valuable in doing all these other little things we have. And that's why we also pick a guy that's a more athletic guy. You know, I don't want that fucker hitting those damn guys in the OTAs and drills like that. You gotta be shitting me. They can't do that. My guys, that's my life. That's what we do. So I skip him back over that other side. It's been pretty good for us. It's a pretty good ducking play, because he can hesitate and get into the hole, so he gets a bunch of those.
But you make your living over the years has all been the stretches.
Yeah, and the longer I am, the more I give up the other, because the other gets more negative and more negative. And, I know I get hard bound. I've got a bounce picture back there where, you know, down, pulling the guard. When we had Portis, one year, his first year at Denver, we ran 20 of those plays, and he had 10 20-yard explosions out of 20 plays. But he had 5 negatives. So the next year we said, we'll clean up those negatives. And the next year, in the first 16 plays, we had 8 negatives. We just quit. Since then, I just will not pull to replace it. Even though I know people do it and do it well and win and do all that, I can't get it cleaned up enough to make it worthwhile.
Right.
So I just throw them out. Because I think we've reached the perfect world of pass run, but it's because of this system, I think. Because we get the back to the line of scrimmage untouched, and then he has such consistency, whoever he is. It's been good. We'll stick with it. I think they would here even after I left, because if I'd have left this year, they would have continued it. Now, I'm back because I'm training this guy. But all the backfield coaches that are in that very long, they don't want to ever get out, because their guys understand, you know, how many times in a row they get up in there clean. They don't take much. That doesn't take long to say. That's what we ought to be doing.
What'd you do, Coach? You just came up with, over the years, you just
Yeah.
kind of came up
Yeah.
with the different components and kind of made this
Yeah.
package?
Yeah, and it's changed all the time. It just keeps changing. Just keeps little things coming up. And I think we've been willing to listen and look, and then when we get something new, we go with it and do, and it just keeps growing, and the puzzle comes together. And that's why, you know, I know, especially with the quarterback we have, I know this other thing that you're doing. As soon as Greg finishes what he's doing up there, I know he's going to jump into that film, and he's going to study the shit out of that, because his guy is in the perfect world for him. I think. So we're willing to do that. You know, where a lot of people in the NFL would say, well, we need to, because I didn't make you learn one thing. You still really well. Now, what I got to come up with is a term where when the tight end goes that he is in release and I'm not in release. I got to come up with that. So that has hit my brain, and because I don't want to fuck around on this backside back here. I want to give the quarterback the picture. And I'll have to come up with a term that makes sense to everybody that will add a play, but it's going to be worth it, I think. And when you saw him on the edge, you saw the threat that he possessed.
Wow.
You said you have 12 runs for a game.
And maybe
12.
one or two nickels with that. But
Is that
will-
12 schemes or 12 calls? I mean, 12 schemes
Okay.
and different formations.
Oh, gosh. I mean, And there'll be, every one of those plays will have 2, 3, 4 formations, but they're the same play.
So you're gonna run, you'll run fours out of 4 different formations.
Yes. Now, that may be a little more than we would, but we'll have at
Something
least
of that
2
nature, yeah.
or 3.
So you'll have 12 schemes.
Right. Because we want them to practice something different on defense, and the difference is the formation, not the plays.
Mhm.
It's just, make it look different. So the fullback's moving this week, the tight end's moving the next week, the wideout's moving the next week. Start the motion, bring it back.
Right.
Next week, then the next week, it's this week, and then just keep going, just building. Then the defense has to at least look at it.
Does that include like short yardage goal line for you? Or no?
See, that's the beauty. Is by the time I got to Thursday, I've already got it all in. It's not like we have to have another segment, another teaching, that's what kills those linemen.
It's like when you game plan, it seems like, you kind of got, you kind of run what you run, right, to a certain
Yeah,
degree.
it's a matter, the formation's what's gonna give me the edges. And then sometimes in the game, I'm fooled, so I gotta change the formation. So a lot of teams, I like to line up in slot and motion out of it, or line up in regular and motion in the slot, or line them up tight. I just put them all kind of places.
You handle that whole deal, that's
I
right.
do that, and then he mixes the passes, and if he needs something, and he says, can you get me, sure, fuck, I can get that in, I'll take this out and I'll put it in this plays in, it's just a matter of, because you have to do that, you have to, if there's a good formation for the passes, I may not can run many, but I can line up and run one of something that fit what we're doing.
Yeah.
If you don't, you're being narrow-minded, And you line up in the same place every time and run the same place, now they're gonna get your ass. Now, they're gonna figure it out, they're gonna get you. I think, that's just the way I look at it. So, it's those wrinkles, it's those little changes. And this week I'm gonna triple, and this time I'm not. And this time I'm gonna tell the fullback to search, and this time I'm not. And this time to that. And now it's gonna be wide zone read, possible QB. I think once we get that bridged, I think we're in pretty good shape. Well, let me get Greg, because I know he wants to visit with you a little bit. Jerry,